Amy, I hope you can improve the food. It's not very good. What do you mean by not very good? I want better bread, and there are better ovens for baking bread now. Alright, I'll tell the housekeeper, Emanuela, about it. I'm Amy Anderson, 35 years old, and I work as a full-time FX trader from home. I met my husband, Eric, who's 2 years older than me, at my old job. We worked at a small mail-order company. He worked in the pet food department, and I worked in cosmetics, answering customer calls. Our company didn't follow the labor rules, so we worked a lot of overtime, and usually stayed late. We'd go for drinks once a week to relax after work with some coworkers. At that time, even though we had good pay because of all the overtime, we didn't have time to enjoy it. The only thing we looked forward to was those weekly drinks to cope with how tired we were. I started dating Eric, and we got married 3 years ago. After marriage, I quit my job and stayed home for a while. Then, I started looking for something I could do at home and found FX trading. I read a lot of books, researched online, and studied FX trading. It wasn't easy at first, but I kept learning and eventually became good at it. I bought a computer just for FX trading, opened a trading account, and practiced with small amounts. Over time, I developed my own way of trading and started earning steadily. But my in-laws, Nicholas and Julia, didn't understand what I was doing. Last year, Nicholas retired, and they were living in public housing. Eric invited them to live with us in our 3-bedroom apartment because he thought it would be hard for them to live on their pension alone. I pay the rent for our apartment, and while Eric works, I cover all the living expenses since I started making money with FX trading. Mom, Dad, Amy will take care of the bills, so you don't have to worry, Eric told them. Thank you, Amy, that's very kind, they replied. And that's how I ended up living with Eric's parents. I don't do the housework myself. Emanuela, our housekeeper, does everything. She's a great cook and helps with all the chores, which gives me more time to study FX trading and write about it. But Nicholas and Julia didn't like that. When they first moved in, they were polite and thankful, but after 2 months, they started saying, "What's the point of having a wife who just stays home and doesn't do any housework? She just sits in front of the computer all day. FX trading is just gambling." They didn't say it directly to me, but I could tell they were talking to Eric about it. Since I was paying for everything, Eric no longer needed to worry about the bills, and he started spending more on his clothes. He always wore custom suits, carried expensive bags, and wore designer shoes. He loved fashion and seemed happy, so he defended me when his parents complained about my work. But recently, Eric's attitude changed. "Amy, you're always sitting in front of the computer, and you never wear makeup or dress up. Don't you think that's boring and unattractive? Do I really need to wear makeup and fancy clothes when I'm just staying at home? It might be fine for you, but it's not good enough for me." "What do you mean not good enough for you? Are you saying I'm not good enough because I don't dress up?" "Exactly. Don't you ever want to dress up for me so I'm more attracted to you?" "Attracted to me? Are you serious? Do I need to dress up for you to find me attractive?" After that conversation, Eric started complaining about me to his parents. One evening, after dinner, I overheard this. "Amy always makes fun of us. She makes us feel bad." "Yeah, it feels like she thinks we're poor just because we used to live in public housing." "I agree, I feel that way too. And the fact that she doesn't do any housework shows she thinks she's better than us. She's just gambling to make money and acts so bossy about it." Anyone can do FX trading. Amy just studied a little on her own and started earning $80,000 a month. I could do that too. You're right, Eric, you could do it too. I don't like how she acts so arrogant when she's just making money by gambling. She doesn't work hard for it. Anyone can do what she's doing. Plus, she's not even cute. I don't know who she thinks she is. I was working from home, but Eric and I used to have breakfast together before he left for work. Eric still works at the same company we both used to work for, so he comes home late. We should have valued breakfast as our time together, but Eric started skipping it, saying, "Just eat breakfast on the way." Seeing this, Julia said, "Eric's getting tired of you because you don't even do your duties as a wife. That's what happens, Amy." She said this in a sarcastic way. "What do you mean duties as a wife, Julia? If you mean housework, hasn't Emanuela done it all perfectly? These so-called duties as a wife are outdated." "Outdated? We value the old customs in our family. Your grandmother-in-law used to discipline me a lot." "Discipline? Isn't it enough if the housework is done? I'm paying Emanuela enough for it. Do you think this is about money? Just because you're paying for everything, doesn't mean you can talk down to us. You shouldn't be bossy about it. Julia, who said this to me, seems to be spending a lot of money on socializing with people her own age in the apartment building now that she doesn't have to pay for living expenses. I sometimes see her going out with expensive brand bags that she must have bought. Nicholas spends all of his pension on golf. He's bought new clubs and has a golf bag right by the front door. I'm paying for everything, including the rent and all of their living expenses, and yet these people still act this way, even though I question their behavior. My in-laws had nowhere else to go, so I just put up with them for now. About a month after Eric stopped having breakfast with me, he started going on more business trips. He told me he was starting a new department at his company and was planning to import LEDs from Korea, so he had to travel there more often. One weekend, Eric was supposed to be in Korea on a business trip, but when I went out for dinner with my friend Lily at a fancy Italian restaurant, I saw Eric there with another woman. Lily pointed him out, saying, "Hey, Amy, isn't that your husband?" At first, I tried to convince myself it wasn't him, but it clearly was. Every time Eric said he was going to Korea, it meant he was spending the weekend with another woman. The woman with him was young, probably in her early 20s, much younger than Eric, who's 37. I remembered Eric asking me once, "Don't you want me to be attracted to you?" That made it clear to me, my husband was definitely cheating on me. The next day, I hired a private investigator to look into the affair. Lately, I had also been getting packages addressed to Julia at our house. "Julia, did you buy something again?" "Be quiet, Amy. Do I need your permission to buy anything?" "No, that's not what I mean." Julia had recently become obsessed with online shopping, buying expensive brand bags and jewelry. I was worried because there are many fake items sold online, and I didn't want her to get scammed. And I was right. One day, when Eric was at work, Julia came into my office and said, "Hey, Amy, come take a look at something." I followed her to the living room, where she was opening a package that had just arrived. "I bought 5 bags, they were cheap as a bundle," Julia explained. When I looked at the bags, I could tell they were fake. "Julia, you have to be careful when buying online, especially with high-end brands. There's a good chance they could be fake." I was shocked to see how much she'd paid for them. "What should I do with these 5 bags?" she asked. "I think you should contact the seller and see if they have a return policy." She tried to reach out to the seller, but there was no phone number or working contact details. When she finally found a number, it was out of service. Julia had spent $5,000 on 5 fake bags. The website seemed legitimate at first, but the prices were too low to be true. She paid by bank transfer, and there was no way to reverse the payment through her credit card. "Julia, you really have to be careful. If the price is too good to be true, it probably is. You need to think carefully before buying anything, especially online." Don't act like I don't know what I'm talking about, Amy. It's not that. You just wasted money. Paying $5,000 for fake bags is ridiculous. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Since talking didn't help, I went back to my room to work. Then, after dinner on Sunday, Nicholas suddenly told me to stop doing FX trading. He had gone golfing with a friend from his old job and heard about FX trading. He said, "I heard Forex trading is a scam. Amy, are you making money by scamming people?" "What? How do you make money with FX trading? That sounds like what scammers do. I heard it's all a scam." "No, I'm not scamming anyone or making anyone invest in anything. I saw you using social media. That's what scammers use to trick people." "No, I just write a blog for people who are interested in FX trading. There's nothing scammy about it." "You think you can fool me just because I don't know anything about computers?" "No, I'm not fooling or scamming you. Dad thinks you're scamming because it looks too easy for you to make money, Amy. It's not easy money, Eric. I've told you this before. It's not that simple. You just learned a little and now you're making a lot. It must be easy. Meanwhile, I'm busting my ass at work, starting this new department." "What? Eric, I thought you were supporting me in my FX trading. Do you want me to stop doing FX trading? If I do that, how will we pay for everything? We won't even be able to afford the rent." "I can pay the rent myself, since I'm the full-time FX trader." Eric and his family were living off the lifestyle I paid for, yet they didn't seem grateful. They only complained about my FX trading. The next day, I got the results from the private investigator I had hired. It turned out Eric was cheating on me. He was having an affair with a 25-year-old woman, 12 years younger than him. I didn't know her, but she worked with Eric at the company after I left. She'd gone on several business trips with him to Korea. For a few days, I thought about how to tell Eric. This would mean the end of our marriage, and a divorce. That same day, Emanuela made dinner for us. Just as she was leaving, Julia spoke up. Amy, I talked to Nicholas and Eric, and we don't like anything about you. We've decided to live on our own. I want you to leave. Eric hadn't come home from work yet. We don't want money that comes from your scams. We don't like how you act like you know everything. We've discussed it with Eric, and we've decided you should leave. I had a feeling this was coming. Fine then. Eric wasn't even home, which made it clear he didn't care about me anymore. I realized I didn't need to take care of their lives anymore, so I packed my bags and moved to a hotel. The divorce happened soon after that. Since I'd discovered Eric's affair during our marriage, I was able to file for alimony. I rented a one-bedroom apartment just for myself and moved in. I changed the lease on the old apartment where I lived with Eric to his name. 4 months later, I got a call from Eric. He said he wanted to talk and would come to my new apartment. I had a bad feeling when Eric showed up with Nicholas and Julia. Amy, we're sorry. We apologize for everything. Please come back and live with us, Eric said, sounding regretful. Nicholas and Julia quickly joined in, apologizing too. What is this? I asked, confused. Eric, looking down, explained that they couldn't afford the rent anymore. We're about to be evicted and have nowhere to go. Amy, please help us. What are you talking about? Eric went on to explain that after I left, his new department failed. The LEDs they imported were defective, with faulty sockets and bulbs about to fall off. They had to recall the entire shipment, which caused major problems. Eric was fired from his job. Trying to make money on his own, Eric invested in forex trading using his small savings, but lost it all by making bad trades. Nicholas tried to use his own savings to invest in stocks, but that didn't work either. They had no money for rent, and no way to move out. Eric begged, please help us. Amy. I was stunned. We're divorced. Eric. I know, but please, help us. What happened to your young girlfriend? When I lost my job, I couldn't get in touch with her anymore. Yeah, why would she stay with someone who got fired? Eric continued to beg. Amy, you're all I have left. Please, let's get remarried. Let's start over. Nicholas and Julia also joined in, apologizing for their behavior, admitting they were wrong, and asking for another chance. Please, Amy, they said, let's be a family again. I was firm. No way in hell I'm doing that. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. They continued to argue, but when I threatened the police, they finally left. After that, Eric called me twice more, asking me to get back together, but I refused both times. I didn't care what happened to him or his parents anymore. Spending so much time alone, working as a trader, I realized it was time to start dating again. I talked to Lily, and she said she'd introduce me to someone. Tomorrow, I'm meeting her and her friend. I'm looking forward to it and to starting a new chapter in my life.
The heavy silence at our family dinner table felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. My mother's trembling hands as she served her signature gumbo said more than words ever could. I knew something was wrong the moment I walked through their door in the Garden District, but nothing could have prepared me for what came next. I'm Alana, and until that night I thought I had everything figured out. My Creole restaurant, Magnolia's, had finally started turning a real profit after 3 years of blood, sweat, and endless bowls of seafood étouffée. But family has a way of turning your world upside down when you least expect it. Julian's in trouble, Dad said, his voice barely above a whisper. He hadn't touched his food, which was the first real warning sign. Big trouble. My younger brother sat at the far end of the table, head bowed, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. The usual sparkle in his eyes was gone, replaced by something darker, more desperate. How much? I asked, already feeling my stomach twist into knots. Mom's spoon clattered against her bowl. 300,000. I choked on my water. What? How is that even possible? The casino, Julian mumbled, still not meeting anyone's eyes. Then some private games trying to win it back. It got away from me. Got away from you? I repeated, my voice rising. Julian, that's more than just getting away from you. We know it's a lot, Mom cut in, reaching across to pat my hand. But we figured out a solution. She smiled that smile she always used when she was about to ask for something impossible. Your restaurant is doing so well now, honey. If you sold it... No. The word shot out of my mouth before she could finish. No way. Alana, please. Dad leaned forward. These aren't the kind of people Julian can negotiate with. They've already threatened, so I should give up everything I've worked for because he couldn't control himself? The words came out harsher than I intended, but the fear and anger were mixing together, making it hard to think straight. Julian finally looked up. I didn't ask for this, Alana. I didn't want... What did you think would happen? I pushed my chair back, standing up. Did you think the money would just magically appear? We're family, Mom said firmly. Family helps family. Your father and I have already agreed to remortgage the house, but it's not enough. The restaurant would cover the rest. I looked around at their faces, Mom's desperate pleading, Dad's quiet resignation, Julian's shame. My hands were shaking now, too. That restaurant isn't just some asset to sell off. It's everything I am. Every recipe I perfected, every late night I worked, every dollar I saved. I built it from nothing. And you can build another one, Mom insisted. Julian's life could be in danger. His life is in danger because of his choices, I said, my voice breaking. I love you all, but I can't set myself on fire to keep him warm. Not this time. The silence that followed was deafening. Mom's face crumpled, and Dad looked away. Julian stood up so suddenly his chair fell backward. Thanks for nothing, he spat, storming out of the dining room. The front door slammed moments later. I hope you're happy, Mom said, tears streaming down her face. Your brother needs you, and you're choosing a building over family. That's not fair, I whispered, but the words felt hollow. I'll help however I can, but I won't destroy my life to fix his mistakes. Not again. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door, pausing only when Dad called my name. Alana, he said softly, we're just trying to protect him. I know, Dad. I turned back one last time. But who's protecting me? The warm New Orleans night air hit me as I stepped outside, carrying the sweet scent of jasmine and the distant sound of jazz from the French Quarter. My phone buzzed, a message from Sasha asking how dinner went. I couldn't bring myself to respond yet. Instead, I drove straight to Magnolia's. The restaurant was closed on Sundays, but I needed to be there, needed to remind myself why I couldn't give in. I unlocked the door and stepped into the dark dining room, running my hand along the smooth wooden tables I'd refinished myself. The kitchen still smelled of today's lunch service, cayenne and garlic, seafood stock, and dark roux. This was my home, my dream, my future. How could they ask me to give it up? My phone buzzed again. This time it was Julian. You'll regret this. I stared at the message until the screen went dark, then sank into one of the dining chairs. Maybe I would regret it. Maybe I was being selfish. But as I sat there in my empty restaurant, I knew one thing for certain. This was going to change everything. Sleep wasn't coming easy these days. 3 nights after the family dinner, I found myself in Magnolia's kitchen at 4 a.m., stress cooking enough gumbo to feed half of New Orleans. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables usually calmed my nerves, but not today. My phone lit up with another missed call from Mom. That made 17 since Sunday. Girl, you trying to cook your feelings away again? Sasha's voice startled me. She stood in the kitchen doorway, still in her scrubs from the night shift at the hospital. How'd you know I'd be here? Because I know you, she said, dropping her bag on a counter and grabbing an apron. And because your brother's been running his mouth all over Facebook about how his sister's a heartless witch who'd rather see him dead than help family. My knife slipped, nearly taking off a finger. He what? Don't look, it'll only make you mad. She started dicing onions beside me. Though I have to say, some of the comments are pretty interesting, especially the ones from people who've lost money to him before. I can't deal with this right now. I wiped my hands on my apron. I haven't slept properly in days. The lunch service was a disaster yesterday because I couldn't focus, and... The back door buzzer interrupted me. Through the security camera, I saw Dad standing there, looking as tired as I felt. You want me to tell him you're busy? Sasha offered. I shook my head and buzzed him in. Dad stepped into the kitchen, the usual warmth in his eyes replaced by worry lines. "You're here early," he said, attempting a smile. "Couldn't sleep." "Me neither." He glanced at Sasha. "Mind if I talk to Alana alone for a minute?" Sasha squeezed my arm before heading to the dining room, leaving me alone with Dad and my half-chopped vegetables. "How's Julian?" I asked, more to break the silence than anything else. "That's actually why I'm here." Dad leaned against the prep table. "Something strange happened last night. The casino, they suddenly dropped half his debt." My hands froze mid-chop. "What? How is that possible?" "They said there were some irregularities in the games he played. Wouldn't give details, but..." He ran a hand through his gray hair. "It's still a lot of money, but not as impossible as before." "That's good news, right?" "It should be." Dad's expression darkened. "But Julian's convinced you had something to do with it. Says you must have connections, must have threatened them somehow." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Right, because I have so much pull with casino management between cooking shifts." "I know you didn't do anything," Dad said quietly. "But Alana, he's spiraling. Your mother's beside herself. We don't know what to do anymore." The morning sun was starting to peek through the kitchen windows, casting long shadows across the floor. In a few hours, this kitchen would be bustling with prep cooks and servers, but right now it felt like a confessional. "I can't fix this for him, Dad. I won't." "I'm not asking you to." He straightened up. Maybe you were right. We've been so focused on protecting Julian that we forgot he needs to face consequences sometimes." The knife clattered from my hands onto the cutting board. "Did you just say I was right? Don't let it go to your head." A ghost of his old smile appeared. "But watching you stand your ground, seeing how you've built all this..." He gestured around the kitchen. "It made me think about what we're teaching him by always cleaning up his messes." The back door buzzer sounded again. This time it was Ellie, one of my line cooks, arriving early as usual. I let her in, grateful for the interruption, as emotions threatened to overwhelm me. "Mr. McGregor," Ellie beamed. "Are you staying for breakfast? I was going to try Alana's new beignet recipe." Dad shook his head. "Another time, maybe." He turned to leave but paused at the door. "Alana, your mother might not say it right now, but we're proud of you. What you've built here, it matters." After he left, Sasha reappeared with 3 cups of coffee. "Well, that sounded better than expected." "Yeah," I said, still processing, "though I can't shake the feeling this isn't over." "Of course it isn't," Sasha replied, passing coffees around. "But whatever comes next, you've got people in your corner." She pulled out her phone, showing me a local news article. "And speaking of corners, you might want to see this." The headline read, "Major Gaming Violation Investigation Launches at Royal Palace Casino." Isn't that where Julian lost most of his money? Yep. Sasha grinned. "Sometimes karma works in mysterious ways." My phone buzzed again, another message from Julian. "I know what you did. This isn't over." I showed it to Sasha, who rolled her eyes. "He really doesn't get it, does he? You didn't do anything except refuse to be his safety net." "Maybe that was enough," I said, turning back to my prep work as the kitchen slowly came to life around me. Maybe that was exactly what needed to happen. The lunch rush was just winding down when Julian stormed into Magnolia's. His expensive shirt was wrinkled, dark circles under his eyes matching mine. Customers turned to stare as he marched straight to where I was chatting with a regular at her table. "We need to talk," he growled. "Now." I plastered on my best professional smile. "I'm working, Julian. Make an appointment." Like hell. He grabbed my arm, trying to pull me toward the kitchen. Several customers stood up, and I saw Ellie reaching for the phone at the host station. "Let go," I said quietly, "or I'm calling the police." He released me but didn't back away. "Fine. Let's do this right here then. Tell everyone how you got your friends at the casino to investigate those games. Tell them how you're trying to ruin me." "Lower your voice," I hissed, steering him toward my office. Once inside, I shut the door. "I don't know what you think I did, but..." "Don't lie to me." He slammed his hand on my desk. "First the casino drops half my debt. Then suddenly there's an investigation? That's not a coincidence?" You're right, it's not. I crossed my arms. It's called consequences, Julian. Sometimes they actually catch up with you. You smug bit. He caught himself, running his hands through his disheveled hair. You have no idea what you've done. These people, they're not just going to forget about what I owe them. These people wouldn't be a problem if you hadn't gambled away more money than most people make in 5 years. You think I don't know that? His voice cracked. You think I wanted this? I was trying to make things better, trying to win enough to pay off the earlier debts, to make Mom and Dad proud for once instead of you. Instead of me? I laughed incredulously. You think I'm their golden child? I had to fight for every ounce of support for this place. They still think I should have been a teacher like Mom wanted. At least they show up to your success. He slumped against the wall. Nobody comes to celebrate when you're losing. That's because there's nothing to celebrate about destruction, Julian. I softened my tone. Have you considered getting help? Help? He barked out a bitter laugh. The only help I need is paying off these debts before something bad happens. But you're too selfish to... A knock interrupted him. Ellie poked her head in. Everything okay, boss? Table 12 is asking about their check and... She glanced nervously at Julian. I'll be right there. I turned back to my brother. You need to leave. Or what? You'll call the cops on your own brother? If I have to. I held his gaze. I love you, Julian, but I won't let you destroy what I've built. Not today, not ever. He straightened up, something dangerous flickering in his eyes. You know what? Keep your precious restaurant. But when everything falls apart, remember you chose this. After he left, I had to grip my desk to stay standing. Sasha found me there 10 minutes later. Ellie called me, she said, closing the door. You okay? He thinks I'm behind the casino investigation. I showed her the string of threatening texts he'd sent earlier. Like I have that kind of power. Maybe you do, just not the way he thinks. Sasha sat on the edge of my desk. Standing up to him, refusing to enable him, that's its own kind of power. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Another article about the casino investigation, this time mentioning possible connections to illegal private gaming operations. My stomach churned. What if he's right? I whispered. What if something happens to him because I wouldn't help? Stop! Sasha grabbed my shoulders. You're not responsible for his choices. And from what I heard through hospital gossip, that casino investigation was coming for months. Your brother just got caught in the crossfire. A commotion from the dining room drew our attention. We stepped out to find Ellie arguing with 2 men in expensive suits. I told you, she's busy, Ellie was saying, standing her ground despite being half their size. It's okay, Ellie. I approached them. Can I help you? Miss McGregor? The taller one produced a business card. We're from the Gaming Commission. We'd like to ask you a few questions about your brother's activities at certain private gaming establishments. Sasha stepped closer to me as I took the card. She'll answer your questions with her lawyer present. The men exchanged looks. Of course, we'll be in touch. After they left, I turned to find most of my staff and several customers watching. The whispers had already started. Back to work, everyone, I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Those lunch specials won't serve themselves. But as I watched my staff scatter, I couldn't shake the feeling that Julian's warning about everything falling apart might be coming true, just not in the way he'd meant it. So, what made you decide to start hiring women from the shelter? Lucas adjusted his recorder on the table between us, his journalist's notepad already half full of scribbled notes. I glanced at Ellie, who was training our newest hire behind the counter. Sometimes the best ideas come from your lowest moments. Meaning? A week ago, my brother came in here demanding I sacrifice everything I'd built to fix his mistakes. I stirred my coffee. It made me think about all the women I've known who gave up their dreams because someone told them family obligation was more important. And that inspired the program? Actually, Ellie inspired it. I waved her over. Tell him how you started here. Ellie wiped her hands on her apron before sitting down. I was living at Grace House Shelter when Alana did a cooking demonstration there. She noticed I kept asking questions about restaurant management, and next thing I knew, she offered me an apprenticeship. Now she's my best line cook and helps manage the training program, I added, watching Ellie's face light up with pride. And you're expanding this initiative? Lucas leaned forward, clearly sensing his story angle. We're partnering with 3 shelters now. 2 training spots per month with guaranteed jobs for those who complete the program. I handed him our new brochure. We're calling it Kitchen Confidence. My phone buzzed. A voicemail notification from Julian. I ignored it. This is fantastic stuff, Lucas said, snapping photos of Ellie demonstrating knife skills to our newest trainee. Mind if I come back during tomorrow's training session? Get some action shots? Before I could answer, Sasha burst through the front door. Turn on the news. Now. I grabbed the remote for the small TV we kept behind the bar. The headline scrolled across the bottom. Local casino investigation reveals connection to major crime organization. Sources say several high-profile gamblers may have been targeted in an elaborate scheme, the reporter was saying. The Gaming Commission is working with federal authorities to identify victims who may have been manipulated into accumulating large debts. My hands shook as I fumbled for my phone, finally playing Julian's voicemail. Alana. His voice was barely a whisper. You were right. About everything. I need help. Real help. But I don't know how to... God, I've made such a mess. A long pause. I'm going to try to fix things. Not like before. The right way this time. I hope it's not too late. This is bigger than we thought, Sasha said quietly. Lucas was scribbling frantically in his notepad. Does this connect to your brother's situation? I think this interview is over, Sasha cut in, but I held up my hand. No, wait. I took a deep breath. Maybe this is exactly what needs to be talked about. The way addiction tears families apart, how enabling only makes things worse. Boss? Ellie called from the kitchen. The women from Grace House are here for their orientation. I stood up. Lucas, if you want a real story, stick around. See how we're trying to break different kinds of cycles here. The afternoon unfolded in a blur of activity. While I led the orientation, Ellie showed Lucas around, explaining our training methodology. 5 women, each with their own story of survival, sat at my tables looking both nervous and hopeful. This isn't charity, I told them. It's an investment. In you, in this community, in breaking the patterns that keep people stuck. Like your brother? One woman asked softly. Sorry, we saw the news. Yes, I said, surprising myself with my honesty. Exactly like that. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is stop cushioning someone's fall. My phone buzzed again, a text from Dad. Julian's agreed to rehab. Real rehab, not just promises this time. Your mother's crying. I think they're happy tears. Lucas caught me wiping my eyes. Everything okay? Yeah, I smiled, watching Ellie demonstrate how to properly hold a chef's knife to a woman who, until recently, had never dared to dream of a career. Everything's exactly as it should be. Later, after the trainees had left, and Lucas had enough material for what he promised would be a feature story, Sasha helped me close up. You know, she said, counting out the register, when you refused to sell this place, I don't think anyone expected it would turn into all this. Me neither. I looked around at the space that had become so much more than just a restaurant. But maybe that's the point. Sometimes standing your ground isn't just about saying no to something. It's about making room for something better to grow. My phone lit up with another text from Julian. Starting 90-day program tomorrow. Scared as hell. But watching you stand your ground gave me courage. Thank you for not giving up on me by giving in to me. I showed Sasha the message. She smiled, pulling me into a hug. Now that's what I call karma. No, I corrected her. That's what I call hope. I don't understand why you won't come see him. Mom's voice crackled through my phone's speaker as I prepped for dinner service. He's doing so well in the program, Alana. He asks about you every time we visit. I'm not ready, I said, checking the stock simmering on the stove. It's been 3 weeks, Mom. That's not exactly a lifetime of change. But he's trying. He's really trying this time. The hurt in her voice made my chest tight. The therapist says family support is crucial for recovery. Support doesn't mean pretending everything's fine. I turned down the heat under the pot. I'm glad he's getting help, but I need time. Time for what? To punish him? The kitchen door swung open as Sasha walked in with a stack of flyers. "Big problem," she mouthed. "Mom, I have to go. We'll talk later." "Of course," she said bitterly. "The restaurant always comes first." I ended the call before she could say more. "What's wrong?" Sasha handed me a flyer. "These are all over the neighborhood. Someone's trying to shut down our community dinner." The glossy paper showed Magnolia's storefront with text overlaid. "Warning, this business enables criminal activity. Do not support their community programs. They're just a front for money laundering." "What?" My hands shook. "Who would—" "3 guesses," Sasha said grimly, "and the first 2 don't count. Julian's in rehab. He wouldn't— Not Julian. Think about who lost the most when that casino investigation went public." The back door buzzer sounded. Through the security camera, I saw Ellie running toward the entrance, looking panicked. I let her in. "They're outside the shelter," she gasped, catching her breath. "Some guys in suits telling the women not to come to training today, saying they could get in trouble for participating in illegal activities." "That's ridiculous," Sasha pulled out her phone. "I'm calling Lucas. This needs to be exposed." "No," I said, an idea forming. "Call everyone instead. All our graduates, current trainees, their families. Tell them to come here tonight." "For what?" "For dinner." I grabbed my chef's coat. "We're having our community dinner exactly as planned, but this time we're inviting the media." The next few hours were chaos. While I cooked, Sasha worked the phones. Ellie coordinated with the shelter directors. By 6 o'clock, the dining room was packed with familiar faces. Women we'd trained, their children, local supporters who'd seen the flyers and came specifically to show solidarity. Lucas arrived with his camera crew just as 2 men in expensive suits walked in. "Miss McGregor," the taller one smiled coldly, "we're here to discuss some concerns about your operation." "Perfect timing," I said, loud enough for the cameras to hear. "We were just about to serve dinner. Would you like to meet some of our graduates?" "This isn't a social call. We represent certain business interests that lost a lot of money when their illegal gambling operation was exposed." Sasha stepped forward. "Funny how you're targeting us right after that investigation went public." The shorter man's face darkened. "You should be careful making accusations." "Like accusing us of money laundering?" Ellie joined us, several other women standing behind her. "I'd be happy to show the news crew my pay stubs, my certification, my new apartment lease. Would you like to explain to them why helping women escape poverty is suspicious?" Camera lights flashed. The men retreated, but not before Lucas got plenty of footage. "This isn't over," the taller one muttered as they left. "You're right," I called after them. "It's just beginning." Later that night, after the cameras left and the last guests headed home, I found a voicemail from Julian. "Saw you on the evening news?" His voice sounded clearer than it had in years. "Those guys who came to the restaurant? They used to hang around the private games. Bad people, sis, really bad. Be careful, okay? And I'm proud of you. For everything." Sasha found me crying in my office. "Hey, no tears allowed. We won tonight." "Did we?" I wiped my eyes. "What if they come back? What if—" "Then we'll handle it." She sat down beside me. "You know what I realized today? When you refused to sell this place, you weren't just saving a restaurant. You were building a fortress." "A fortress?" "Look around." She gestured to the walls covered in photos of our graduates, their success stories pinned alongside recipes and reviews. "Every woman you've helped, every life you've changed, they're all part of your armor now. Those guys? They're used to threatening lonely people with everything to lose. But you're not lonely, and you're not afraid." My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. "Saw the news. Your father and I, we understand better now. Why you couldn't give this up. We're sorry." I showed Sasha the message. "Maybe some good comes from standing your ground after all." "Maybe?" she laughed. "Girl, you turned a family crisis into a community triumph. I'd say that's more than maybe." Through the office window, I could see Ellie closing up, training our newest hire on the proper shutdown procedures. Tomorrow, we'd do it all again. Not because it was easy, but because it was right. And that made all the difference. And that's how you properly reduce a sauce, I demonstrated to the group of women gathered around the industrial stove. Questions? Just one, Lucas called from the doorway, holding up a newspaper. Have you seen today's front page? The headline read, Federal investigation uncovers multi-state gambling ring, local casino executives arrested. That's why those guys haven't bothered us lately, Sasha said, snatching the paper. They've been busy getting fitted for handcuffs. One of our trainees, Maria, peered at the article. Isn't that the casino where my brother got in trouble? Yeah. I turned back to the stove. Let's focus on cooking. Actually, Lucas stepped further into the kitchen. That's why I'm here. The story's getting national attention. Good Morning America wants to feature kitchen confidence. They're interested in the connection between gambling addiction, family dynamics, and women's empowerment. I nearly dropped my spoon. What? They want to film here next week. Show how you turned a personal crisis into a community solution. Absolutely not. I shook my head. I'm not using my brother's addiction for publicity. Boss, Ellie touched my arm. Maybe you should think about it. Remember what happened when Maria's story went viral? She was right. After our local news segment aired, Maria's video about escaping domestic violence and finding purpose in our kitchen had exploded online. Applications to our program tripled overnight. This isn't about exploiting anyone's struggles, Lucas added. It's about showing people there's hope, that standing up for yourself can create positive change. My phone buzzed, a text from Julian. 60 days sober today. Group leader says I should thank the people who helped me hit bottom, so thank you for not saving me from myself. Alana? Sasha prompted. What are you thinking? Before I could answer, the kitchen door burst open. Dad stood there, looking worried. Have you seen the news? He asked. About the gambling ring? No, about your mother. She's giving interviews. What? I grabbed the phone he held out. There was Mom on the local news, standing outside her church. My daughter's restaurant shows that tough love works. When she refused to enable my son's addiction, it forced our whole family to face hard truths. Now Julian's in recovery, and Magnolia's helps other families break destructive patterns. She's been going to Al-Anon meetings, Dad explained. Learning about codependency, she wanted to make amends in her own way. I handed his phone back, speechless. So, Lucas said after a moment, about that Good Morning America segment? Fine. I wiped my hands on my apron. But on one condition, we focus on the women in the program, their stories, their triumphs. Deal. He grinned. They're going to love Ellie's story especially. My story? Ellie looked startled. From shelter resident to head trainer? That's the American dream right there. Speaking of training, I called everyone's attention back to the stove. These sauces aren't going to learn themselves. Later that evening, after the trainees left, Ellie stayed to help me plan the next day's menu. You know what's funny? She said, writing out prep lists. When I first came here, I thought I was just learning to cook. But really, I was learning to believe in myself. That's exactly what we need to show on camera next week. I started gathering ingredients for tomorrow. Not just the food, but the transformation. Like you? She smiled. You transformed too, you know. Standing up to your family, building all this. The back door buzzer interrupted us. Through the camera, I saw Mom standing there, holding what looked like a pie. I let her in. She stood awkwardly in the kitchen, taking in the prep lists and training schedules covering the walls. I brought pecan pie, she said softly. Your favorite. Mom, about those interviews? I should have asked first. I needed to say it out loud. How wrong we were pushing you to enable Julian. How right you were to stand firm. She set the pie down. I'm proud of you, honey. Not just for the restaurant's success, but for showing me what real strength looks like. Ellie quietly slipped out, leaving us alone. The TV show wants to interview us next week, I said. All of us, including Julian if he's willing. Show how families can heal. He'll do it, Mom smiled. He's different now. We all are. My phone lit up with another text from Julian. Therapist says I should come see the restaurant. See what I almost destroyed. When you're ready, I'd like to apologize in person. I showed Mom the message. Are you ready? She asked. No, I admitted. But maybe that's okay. Maybe being ready isn't as important as being willing to try. Mom pulled me into a hug, and for the first time in months, it felt like home again. Julian looked smaller somehow, standing in Magnolia's dining room after hours. Gone were the expensive clothes and flashy watch, replaced by a simple button-down and jeans. 75 days sober had changed more than just his wardrobe. This place looks different, he said, running his hand along a table edge. More alive. That's because it is. I gestured to the walls, now covered with photos of our graduates and news clippings about kitchen confidence. No more just serving food. Now we serve purpose. I saw the Good Morning America segment. He smiled weakly. You were amazing, Mom too. Even Dad managed not to look too grumpy on camera. The silence that followed felt heavy with unspoken words. Sasha had offered to stay for this meeting, but I'd insisted on doing it alone. I'm sorry, Julian finally said, his voice cracking. Not just for the gambling or asking you to sell this place. I'm sorry for trying to make you feel guilty for my mistakes, for threatening you, for everything. Sit down, I said, pulling out a chair. I want to show you something. I brought out my laptop, opening a folder of security camera footage. This is from 3 months ago, the night you came in here demanding I sell. Alana, I don't need to. Watch. The footage showed him grabbing my arm, yelling in my face. His expression changed as he watched himself, horror creeping across his features. Now look at this. I switched to footage from earlier today. Ellie teaching a group of women how to plate dishes, their faces bright with pride and possibility. This is what you almost took away. Not just my dream, but theirs too. I was a monster, he whispered. No. I closed the laptop. You were sick. There's a difference. Is there? He looked up, eyes wet. Because from where I'm sitting, I hurt everyone I love. I let Mom and Dad remortgage their house. I tried to guilt you into giving up everything you've built. How is that not monstrous? A monster wouldn't be sitting here now, facing what they did. I reached across the table, taking his trembling hand. A monster wouldn't be doing the work to change. The kitchen door swung open as Ellie backed through it, carrying a tray. Sorry to interrupt, but these need testing before tomorrow's service. She set down 2 plates of bread pudding, our grandmother's recipe, the one comfort food that had always brought our family together. You remembered, Julian said softly. Hard to forget the guy who used to steal all the pecans off the top. Ellie smiled. I'll leave you to it. She seems nice, Julian said after she left. They all do. The women in your program. They're survivors. I pushed a plate toward him. Like you're trying to be. He took a bite, closing his eyes. Tastes like Sunday dinners. Before everything. We can have those again, you know. Different, maybe. Better, hopefully. But we can rebuild. I don't deserve... This isn't about deserving. I cut him off. It's about choosing. Every day, you choose recovery. Every day, these women choose to trust themselves again. Every day, I choose to believe in second chances. Even for me, especially for you. I took a bite of my own pudding. But Julian, if you ever threaten me or this place again, you'll have me arrested, he nodded. I know, and you should. I need consequences to stay straight. That's what my sponsor keeps telling me. My phone buzzed, a message from Mom in our newly created family group chat. Don't forget, family dinner Sunday. Julian's cooking is part of his amends. Heaven help us all. I showed him the message. He actually laughed. A real laugh, not the bitter sound I'd grown used to. I've been practicing, he said. Taking cooking classes at the rehab center. Turns out working with your hands helps with cravings. You know, I hesitated. We could use another instructor for the basic skills classes. Once you've got more solid, clean time, of course. His fork clattered against the plate. You'd trust me to... Not yet, but someday. Maybe. If you keep doing the work. He wiped his eyes with his napkin. I don't know what to say. Say you'll keep showing up. Say you'll keep choosing recovery. Say you'll help me prove that rock bottom can be a foundation instead of an ending. I will. He reached for my hand again. I promise, sis. No more destroying things, only building from here on out. The evening light filtered through the windows, casting long shadows across the dining room. Tomorrow, these tables would be full of customers, trainees, and hope. But right now, it was just us, a brother and sister sharing bread pudding and possibility. One day at a time, I offered. One day at a time, he agreed. And Alana, thank you for not giving up on me, even when you had every right to. That's what family does, I said. The real kind, anyway. We hold each other accountable, but we also hold on to hope. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas stood at the podium in Magnolia's packed dining room. Please welcome the newest graduates of Kitchen Confidence. Applause erupted as 6 women, including Maria, stepped forward to receive their certificates. I watched from the kitchen doorway, fighting back tears as Ellie pinned on their official chef's pins. And now, Lucas continued, the founder of Kitchen Confidence would like to say a few words. Alana? I stepped up to the podium, looking out at the familiar faces. Mom and Dad in the front row, beaming, Sasha filming everything on her phone, and Julian, standing quietly in the back, 6 months sober and wearing his volunteer instructor badge. When I first opened Magnolia's, I began. I thought success meant full tables and good reviews. But standing here today, I realize success isn't just about what you build. It's about who you help build themselves up. Maria stepped forward. Alana gave us more than just cooking skills. She showed us how to stand our ground, how to believe in ourselves. Now I'm opening my own catering business, and my daughter finally sees her mama proud and strong. Speaking of business, Lucas interrupted, I believe there's another announcement today? I nodded, pulling out the papers I'd signed this morning. Kitchen Confidence is officially becoming its own nonprofit organization. We'll be expanding to 3 more locations across Louisiana next month. More applause. Mom was openly crying now, Dad holding her hand tight. But we're not done, I continued. Today, we're launching our newest initiative, the Recovery Kitchen Program, and I'd like to introduce its director, Julian? My brother froze, clearly not expecting this. I'd only told him about the position yesterday, and he'd been hesitant to accept. Come on up, I encouraged. He made his way to the podium, hands shaking slightly. When my sister first refused to sell this place to cover my gambling debts, I thought she was being selfish. Now I understand she was being strong, not just for herself, but for everyone who needed to see that standing your ground can change lives. The Recovery Kitchen Program, I explained, will provide culinary training specifically for people in addiction recovery, giving them marketable skills and a supportive community. Because everyone deserves a chance to rebuild. Even those who once tried to tear things down, Julian added softly. After the ceremony, as people mingled over plates of Ellie's famous bread pudding, Sasha pulled me aside. Remember when you thought refusing to sell the restaurant would destroy your family? She asked. Seems like another lifetime, I admitted, watching Julian demonstrate knife skills to an interested group of recovery program applicants. Boss, Maria called from the kitchen. The health inspector's here for the new location certification. Go, Sasha laughed. Build your empire. I headed to the kitchen but paused at the door, taking in the scene. Mom and Dad sampling new recipes with the graduates. Ellie mentoring the next class. Lucas interviewing program participants for another feature story. And Julian finally finding his place in the legacy he'd once tried to destroy. My phone buzzed. A message from one of the casino executives who'd tried to intimidate us, now serving time for racketeering. Your brother's program? Would it accept referrals from prison rehabilitation services? Everything okay? Julian asked, noticing my expression. I showed him the message. What do you think? Ready to help change more lives? One day at a time, he smiled, echoing our new family motto. But yeah, I think I am. The health inspector cleared her throat behind us. Ms. McGregor? Ready for the inspection? Actually, I said, it's Chef McGregor. And yes, we're ready. As I led her through the kitchen, past the wall of success stories and the training schedules and the dreams taking shape at every station, I realized something profound. Sometimes the biggest victories come not from fighting battles, but from standing firm enough to let others find their strength. Impressive operation, the inspector noted, reviewing our certification documents. You've built something special here. No, I corrected her, watching through the window as another potential trainee walked through our doors, hope written across her face. We're all building it together. The evening wound down with family dinner, a new tradition where graduates, trainees, family, and staff shared meals and stories. Julian brought out his latest creation, a fusion of our grandmother's recipes and his own recovery journey. To standing your ground, Sasha raised her glass. To second chances, Julian added. To family, Mom and Dad chimed in. To all of it, I said, looking around at my expanded definition of family. To every hard choice that led us here, and every new choice waiting ahead. Because that's what life is, really. A series of moments where we choose whether to stand or fall, whether to build or break, whether to give up or grow. And sometimes, if we're lucky, those choices create ripples that help others find their own strength to stand. That's what Magnolia's became. Not just a restaurant, but a reminder that rock bottom can be a foundation. You just have to be brave enough to build on it.
I never imagined the proudest day of my life would end with me sobbing on a bare floor, surrounded by unpacked boxes and the echoes of my own family's cruelty. The key, just moments before, had felt like a medal in my hand, heavy with achievement, the culmination of years of scrimping, saving, and endless overtime. My name is Lata, and this little two-bedroom house, with its slightly overgrown garden and the faint smell of fresh paint, was supposed to be it, the moment everything changed for the better. My fresh start, my sanctuary. I'd practically bounced on my heels waiting for them to arrive, my heart thumping a rhythm of pure, unadulterated joy. When their car pulled up, I rushed to the door, beaming. "Welcome," I announced, swinging the door wide. "Come in, come in." My mother, Valeria, stepped in first, her eyes scanning the empty living room, a space I'd already mentally filled with a comfortable sofa and overflowing bookshelves. My sister Lana followed, a smirk playing on her lips. My father, Paul, brought up the rear, his gaze already drifting towards the floor. "Well, this is it," I said, my voice trembling slightly with excitement. "It needs furniture, obviously, and a lot of work, but it's mine, all mine." I gestured around, pointing out the large window overlooking the garden. "I thought I'd put a little breakfast nook there, and the kitchen needs a complete overhaul, but the bones are good, you know?" Valeria finally spoke, her voice flat. "It's small." Lana snorted. "Small and empty, like your social life." I ignored Lana, my smile faltering only a little. "It's perfect for me, Mom, and it's a start. The mortgage isn't too bad, and I got a decent interest rate." I led them through to what would be the main bedroom. "This room gets the morning sun. Imagine waking up to that." That's when Valeria turned on me. Her face, which had been merely unimpressed, twisted into a mask of fury. "Selfish!" she suddenly shrieked, her voice bouncing off the bare plaster walls, each syllable a hammer blow. "How could you be so utterly selfish, Zlata?" I recoiled as if struck. "What? What are you talking about?" "This money." Valeria's voice rose, her finger jabbing towards me, then around the room. "This house, this should have been for your brother, for Riker." My stomach plummeted. Riker, of course, my perpetually struggling, always in need of a bailout younger brother. "Mom, this is my money. I saved for this. Riker hasn't worked a steady job in his life." "He has potential," Valeria spat. "He has plans, important plans. He needs a start, a real investment. Not this." She waved a dismissive hand at my dream. "Wasting it all on yourself when your brother is trying to build something." Lana chimed in, her voice dripping with malice. "She's right, you know. You don't deserve this house, Zlata. Always thinking of yourself. Riker could have used that down payment to finally get his business off the ground. The one he was telling us about? The import-export thing?" the import-export thing that changed every other week and never materialized beyond vague pronouncements. He wouldn't have used it for a business, Lana, and you know it. He would have blown it, just like every other bit of money he's ever gotten his hands on. My voice was shaking now, the joy draining out of me, replaced by a familiar, sickening dread. "Don't you dare speak about your brother like that!" Valeria advanced on me, her eyes blazing. "He needs support, family support, something you clearly know nothing about." I looked past her desperately to my father. "Dad?" I pleaded. "Dad, say something." Paul just stood there, his shoulders slumped, his eyes fixed on a scuff mark on the floorboards. He wouldn't meet my gaze. He just shuffled his feet, a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of his head, his only contribution. His silence was a roar, louder than Valeria's screams, more cutting than Lana's sneers. It was an affirmation of their every cruel word. "You see?" Valeria said, a triumphant, ugly twist to her lips. "Even your father knows. This is a disgrace, Zlata, a selfish, thoughtless act." Tears were welling in my eyes, hot and stinging. "I worked for this," I whispered, my throat tight. "Every penny. I sacrificed so much." "Sacrifice?" Lana laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "What do you know about sacrifice? Mom and Dad have sacrificed everything for Riker, and you just waltz in and buy a house for yourself?" "You should give him the money," Valeria declared, her voice suddenly steely. "Sell this place, or take out a loan against it. Give Riker what he's owed. It's the least you can do after this betrayal." Betrayal? My head was spinning. They were the ones betraying me, tearing down my proudest moment, stomping on my heart with their entitlement and their blind devotion to Riker. I couldn't speak. The words wouldn't come. I just stared at them, at these people who were supposed to be my family, my supporters. "We're leaving," Valeria announced, her nose in the air. "I can't stand to be in this monument to your selfishness a moment longer. Come on, Paul. Lana." They turned and walked out, Valeria and Lana still muttering about my ingratitude, about Riker's needs. Paul didn't even look back. The front door slammed shut, the sound echoing through the empty rooms like a gunshot. I stood there frozen for a long moment. Then my knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, the rough wood cold beneath my hands. The sobs came then, racking my body, raw and agonizing. My dream house, my sanctuary, had become a torture chamber in the space of 10 minutes. The unpacked boxes around me seemed to mock my ambition, my hope. Hours might have passed. The light began to fade outside, casting long, gloomy shadows across the bare floors. The tears eventually slowed, leaving me hollowed out, cold, and achingly empty. I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff. Wiping my wet face with the back of my hand, I looked around the dim, silent room. The smell of fresh paint now seemed cloying, suffocating. But as I stared into the gathering darkness, something else began to stir within the emptiness. A tiny, hard kernel of something cold and sharp. The hurt was still there, a gaping wound, but beneath it, a different emotion was taking root. Resolve, an icy, unyielding resolve. They would all pay. One day they would understand what it felt like to have everything taken away, to be humiliated and abandoned by the people who should have loved them most. They would understand. I would make sure of it. The first thing I did after they left, after the sobs finally subsided into a dull, throbbing ache, was to pick up a paintbrush. I'd bought a can of sunny yellow paint for the kitchen. It was supposed to be a cheerful project for the weekend. Now, it felt like an act of defiance. I pried open the lid, dipped the brush, and started on the wall opposite where Valeria had stood, spewing her venom. Each stroke was a reclamation. My house, my color, my life. The next few weeks were a blur of paint fumes, flat-pack furniture assembly, and sheer, stubborn effort. I worked at my marketing job during the day, then came home and worked on the house until I collapsed into a sleeping bag on the floor, too exhausted to even feel the loneliness. I learned to tile a backsplash from YouTube tutorials, my knuckles raw, my back screaming, but the small, gleaming white squares were a victory. I planted a rose bush under the living room window, a vibrant crimson that felt like a middle finger to their drab pronouncements. Contact from them was minimal, and always, predictably, about Riker. A curt text from Lana a month later. Riker needs a bit of cash for a deposit on a sure thing. Mom said to ask you. I deleted it without replying. A voicemail from Valeria a few weeks after that, her voice saccharine sweet. Zlata, darling, Riker was just wondering if you had any old furniture you weren't using for your new place. He's trying to set up his office, you know, for his new venture. Click, delete. Paul, of course, remained silent. It was during this period I met Marlene. She worked in the design department, a few floors above me. We bumped into each other in the break room, both lamenting the terrible coffee. It tastes like despair, she'd said, wrinkling her nose, and I'd laughed, a genuine laugh, for the first time in what felt like ages. With a hint of burnt ambition, I'd replied. We started having lunch together. Marlene was easy to talk to, sharp and funny, with a no-nonsense attitude I appreciated. One rainy afternoon, over soggy sandwiches, the story of my housewarming disaster just spilled out. She listened patiently, her expression growing more incredulous with every detail. Wow, she said when I finally finished, her voice soft. Just, wow. Your own mother? And sister, and my father by saying nothing. That's brutal, Zlata. Absolutely brutal. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You know, for what it's worth, you did the right thing. It's your money. Your life. Her simple validation was like a balm. Thanks, Marlene. Sometimes I replay it in my head. Don't, she said firmly. Use that energy to make your place amazing, and your career. Show them. I took her advice to heart. I poured every ounce of my being into my job. I volunteered for challenging projects, stayed late, pitched new ideas. 6 months later, I landed a significant promotion with a hefty raise. The first thing I bought was a ridiculously comfortable armchair for my living room, a place to sit and read, a symbol of my hard-won independence. Marlene sometimes passed on snippets of news she'd hear through the grapevine, a distant cousin who knew her sister-in-law, that sort of thing. Heard Riker's latest brilliant idea involved investing your parents' emergency fund in some crypto scheme that tanked overnight, she told me one evening, as we shared a bottle of wine on my newly built small patio. A cold satisfaction trickled through me, but I just shrugged. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Good, Marlene said, nodding. Keep it that way. One Saturday, I was finally tackling the last of the boxes I'd moved from my old tiny apartment. Most of it was junk, but there was one box labeled Mom's Old Stuff, Return, that I'd apparently grabbed by mistake in my hasty departure from the family home years ago when I first moved out on my own. I'd meant to give it back, but then life happened. I figured I'd sort through it and toss most of it. Old magazines, some chipped knickknacks, a few of Valeria's romance novels. Tucked inside one of the books, however, was an envelope. It was unsealed, addressed to me in my father's spidery handwriting. My heart gave a strange little flutter. I pulled out the single sheet of paper. It was dated shortly after I'd first announced I was saving for a house, years before the ambush. Zlata, it read. Your mother is difficult about this. She doesn't understand your drive. I'm proud of you. It's not much, but I managed to put aside a little from my pension for your house. Don't tell Valeria. She'd just want it for Riker. Keep going. Dad. Tucked inside the folded paper were 5 crisp $100 bills. Money I'd never received. Money Valeria had clearly found and confiscated. I sank onto the edge of my bed, the letter trembling in my hand. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. A flicker of something warm towards Paul, quickly extinguished by the cold reality of his ultimate cowardice. He'd written the words, yes, he'd even tried to give me money, but he hadn't stood up for me when it mattered. He hadn't stopped Valeria. He hadn't protected me from her, or from Lana. So, I murmured, staring at the bills, the ink on the page. He wasn't just silent. He was silenced, or simply too weak. I folded the letter carefully, placing it and the money into my own jewelry box. It changed nothing about what they had done, as a unit. It changed nothing about what I knew I still had to do. It changes nothing. 5 years. 5 years I poured into that house, into my career, into myself. The sunny yellow kitchen was now the heart of my home, filled with the aroma of baking or the clatter of pans as I experimented with new recipes. The crimson rosebush had thrived, climbing halfway up the wall, a splash of defiant color against the calm gray I'd eventually painted the exterior. My little 2-bedroom house had become a sanctuary, every corner reflecting my taste, my hard work, my peace, my fortress. Professionally, things had only gotten better. The promotion Marlene had cheered me on for was just the first step. I'd climbed the ladder steadily, my reputation for sharp strategies and relentless execution preceding me. I now managed a whole team, had a corner office with a view that stretched across the city, and a salary that allowed me not just comfort, but choices. The choice to travel, the choice to invest, the choice to live life entirely on my own terms. News of my family, when it came, was like dispatches from a distant, crumbling empire. Aunt Sophia, my mother's estranged sister, would occasionally call, her voice a mixture of pity and morbid curiosity. Valeria and Paul had to sell the big house, you know, she'd informed me one Tuesday evening, her voice crackling over the line. Riker, apparently. Another one of his brilliant ventures went belly up. Some sort of artisanal pickle company, I think. Lost a fortune. They're in a little townhouse now, over by the old mill. Is that so? I'd replied, my voice carefully neutral as I swirled the wine in my glass, looking out at my own meticulously tended garden. Yes, shame really. That was a lovely house. Your grandmother left it to Valeria, you know. A cold little smile touched my lips. Indeed, a shame. The old vow, the one I'd made on that bare floor amidst the unpacked boxes, hadn't faded. It simmered, a low, steady heat beneath the surface of my successful life. It wasn't a raging fire anymore, but a patient, waiting ember. Each piece of news about their decline was like a small, dry twig added to it. Then, one afternoon, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but a strange premonition made me answer. Zlata, is that you? The voice was instantly recognizable, though laced with a forced brightness that set my teeth on edge. Lana. Yes, Lana. What do you want? I kept my tone cool, professional. Oh, Zlata, it's so good to hear your voice. It's been ages. Her insincerity was almost comical. Listen, I know we haven't really talked, but something amazing has come up, and I immediately thought of you. I waited, saying nothing, letting the silence stretch. It's Riker, she continued, her voice dropping conspiratorially. He's got this incredible opportunity, a real game changer this time, a tech startup. It's a sure thing, Zlata, absolutely foolproof. He just needs a little bit of seed capital to get it off the ground, and, well, knowing how well you've done. How much? I cut her off. Well, she hesitated. We were thinking 50,000? Just as a loan, of course. He'll pay you back double, triple even, once it takes off. 50,000? The audacity. I almost laughed. Lana, I said, my voice like ice. The answer is no. But Zlata, you don't understand. This is his big break. If he doesn't get this funding, it'll all fall apart. And honestly, her voice took on a whining, accusatory tone. If you hadn't been so, well, if you'd helped out years ago, with that house money, none of us would be in this position. Mom and Dad are really struggling. There it was, the blame, the entitlement, still there, festering. My house money, as you call it, built my life, Lana. something Riker has consistently failed to do with every handout he's ever received, the answer is still no, and lose this number. I hung up before she could reply, my hand surprisingly steady. The call hadn't upset me. Instead, it had stoked that ember, making it glow a little brighter. A loan? A paltry 50,000? No, that wasn't nearly enough. My plans, the ones that had been vague and shadowy, began to take on a sharper, more defined shape. They wanted my help? Oh, they would get it. On my terms, and it would cost them far more than money. Another 2 years drifted by, marked by the steady rhythm of my own life and the increasingly frantic SOS signals from the sinking ship that was my family. Lana's brazen attempt to secure funding for Riker's phantom tech startup had predictably gone nowhere. The silence that followed my refusal was, for a while, almost peaceful. Then came the call I'd been half expecting. My mother, Valeria, Zlata, darling. Her voice was thin, laced with a tremor I'd never heard before. It was usually so strong, so commanding, so full of accusation. "Hello, Mother," I replied, keeping my tone even. I was in my study, reviewing quarterly reports. I didn't stop highlighting key figures. "Oh, Zlata, things have been rather difficult here." A sniffle. "Your father and I, well, we had to move again." "Oh?" I feigned mild surprise. Aunt Sophia had already given me the rundown. The townhouse near the old mill had been repossessed. Riker, it turned out, had borrowed against it using forged signatures for yet another scheme involving imported luxury handbags that turned out to be cheap knockoffs seized by customs. "Yes," Valeria continued, her voice thick with unshed tears. "We're in a very small apartment now. It's not what we're used to, Zlata. The neighborhood is dreadful." I could picture it. Marlene had driven past out of curiosity once, reporting back that it was a grim, run-down building overlooking a noisy freeway. "That's unfortunate," I said, tapping my pen against the desk. "Unfortunate? Zlata, it's a disaster. Your father's health isn't good. The stress is terrible for him. And Riker, poor Riker, he tries so hard, but luck is just never on his side." I almost choked on my water. Poor Riker. "And what about Lana?" I asked, just to see what she'd say. Lana is doing her best to support us, but it's a struggle for her, too. She doesn't have your advantages." The implication hung heavy in the air. My advantages. The ones I'd clawed for, tooth and nail, while they'd coddled and enabled their precious son into ruin. "Zlata," Valeria's voice dropped, becoming wheedling, manipulative. "We were thinking, you have that big, beautiful house, all that space. Surely you remember what family is for? We wouldn't be any trouble, just until we get back on our feet." I let the silence stretch, imagining her on the other end, twisting the phone cord, her face pinched with desperation. The image brought a grim sort of satisfaction. "Mother," I said finally, my voice polite, almost gentle. "I'm very busy with work right now. I'm afraid I can't really discuss this. I have to go. My team is waiting." "But Zlata?" "I'll call you back when I have a moment," I lied smoothly and hung up. I didn't call back. Later that week I started sketching. Idle doodles at first, on a notepad during a boring conference call. A floor plan of my property. The main house, the garden, and the old, detached garage at the far end of the driveway. It was a relic from when the house was first built, used now for storing lawnmowers and forgotten Christmas decorations. It was structurally sound, but bare concrete floors, no insulation, a single grimy window. My doodles became more precise. Dimensions, potential placements for basic amenities. A dark what-if scenario began to take shape, a chilling blueprint for a very specific kind of welcome. The final piece of fuel for my simmering plan came, as it often did, via Marlene. We were having our weekly dinner, this time at a new Italian place she'd discovered. "You are not going to believe what I heard," she said, leaning forward after the waiter had taken our orders. "About?" I asked, sipping my wine. "Riker, of course. My cousin's hairdresser's sister cleans for a woman who lives in your parents' old neighborhood, and apparently the gossip is flying." "Do tell." "So, after his latest business, the one with the fake handbags, went spectacularly bust, and your parents lost the townhouse, Riker apparently had a massive meltdown, screaming, throwing things. And get this," Marlene's eyes widened, "he told Valeria and Paul, in no uncertain terms, that it was all your fault." I raised an eyebrow. "My fault? How does he figure that?" "Because," Marlene relayed, her voice laced with disbelief, "he said you had it easy, that you bought your house with money that should have been his seed capital. He told them you owed them big time for all the support he supposedly missed out on because you were so selfish. And the kicker? He told them they should make you pay up." A cold, hard fury, sharper than any I'd felt in years, shot through me. It wasn't the familiar ache of past betrayal. This was fresh, white-hot rage. Make me pay up? After everything? After they had bled my parents dry with his endless failures and entitlement? The doodles on my notepad suddenly seemed less like a what if and more like a concrete, inevitable future. The ember of my vow roared, just for a moment, into a blazing inferno. Oh, someone was going to pay. But it wouldn't be me. The news of Riker's latest pronouncement, that I owed them and should be made to pay up, settled something deep inside me. The last vestiges of any complicated feelings, any lingering shadows of familial obligation, were burned away. There was only a cold, clear path forward. My sketches of the garage became more detailed, more purposeful. It took another 6 months for the final act of their self-destruction to play out. The source this time was a distant cousin, Maria, someone I hadn't spoken to in years. She called me one evening, her voice hushed and nervous. "Zlata? It's Maria. I don't know if I should be telling you this, but I thought you should know." "Know what, Maria?" I asked, already sensing the familiar scent of disaster. "It's Uncle Paul and Aunt Valeria, and Riker, of course. He got himself into some real trouble this time. Something about investment fraud? I don't know the details, but it's bad. Apparently, he convinced a bunch of people, some pretty shady characters, to invest in a non-existent beachfront development in Costa Rica." I leaned back in my chair. Classic Riker. Always a grand scheme, always someone else's money. "And?" I prompted. "And," Maria sighed, "he used your parents as guarantors, forged their signatures on some documents, apparently. Now the whole thing has collapsed. The investors are furious, and they're coming after Paul and Valeria for everything. They're being evicted from that little apartment, Zlata, like tomorrow. They have nowhere to go." Eviction. The word hung in the air. So it had finally come to this. Rock bottom. "Maria," I said, my voice calm, "why are you telling me this?" "Well," she hesitated, "Aunt Valeria, she's been telling everyone that you'll take them in, that you have that big house and you're her daughter and of course you'll help. They're planning on calling you, Zlata. They're desperate." A slow, cold smile spread across my face. "Thank you for the warning, Maria. I appreciate it. Zlata, I know things have been bad between you all, but they're still family." Her voice was pleading. "Yes, Maria," I said. "They are, and family should always be welcomed. Don't worry." I hung up, the smile still fixed on my lips. The what-if scenarios, the idle sketches, were no longer hypothetical. They were a concrete plan, ready to be executed. My fortress was about to receive its long-expected, thoroughly unwelcome guests. The next morning I made a call. "Morning, Mr. Henderson," I said brightly into the phone. "Zlata Rivera here. I have a small project for you, if you're available on short notice." Mr. Henderson was a local contractor, a grizzled, no-nonsense man who'd done some excellent work on my garden fence last year. "Ms. Rivera, always a pleasure. What can I do for you?" "It's about the old detached garage on my property," I explained. "I need it cleared out, and a few minor modifications, very basic. I need it done today, if possible." "Cleared out? Like a full gut?" No, nothing so drastic. Just tidied, swept, and I need 3 simple cots set up in there, army style if you have them, and a portable camping toilet, the kind you use for festivals. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could almost hear Mr. Henderson scratching his head. "Cots and a camping toilet? In the garage? You planning a very rustic guest suite, Ms. Rivera?" "Something like that," I said smoothly. "It's for some unexpected visitors. And one more thing, Mr. Henderson. I need a new, very sturdy lock installed on the garage door, one that can only be opened from the outside with a key, and a deadbolt on the inside of the door leading from my kitchen into the main house. Top quality, please." Another pause, longer this time. "Right," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "Cots, camping toilet, new lock on the garage, deadbolt on the kitchen door. Consider it done. My crew can be there by noon." "Excellent, Mr. Henderson. Send the bill to my office." I hung up and walked to my kitchen window, looking out at the garage. It stood there, unassuming, a forgotten outbuilding. Soon it would be their 5-star accommodation, my meticulously prepared welcome. The rage from Riker's reported words had cooled now, banked down into an icy resolve. They wanted me to pay up? Oh, they would see. They would see what the real price of their actions looked like. The suite, as I'd started to call it in my mind, would be ready. Mr. Henderson and his crew were as good as their word. By late afternoon, the old garage had been transformed. Not into anything comfortable, mind you, but into exactly what I'd envisioned. The cobwebs were gone, the concrete floor swept clean. 3 stark metal cots, each with a thin mattress and a single coarse blanket, were lined up against one wall. In the far corner, a chemical toilet stood sentinel, a monument to basic necessity. A single bare bulb hung from the rafters, casting a harsh, unforgiving light. The new lock on the main garage door gleamed. The deadbolt on my kitchen door felt wonderfully solid. I surveyed their handiwork with a grim sense of satisfaction. It was perfect, perfectly awful. The call came just as I was finishing a solitary, peaceful dinner. The caller ID flashed, "Valeria." I let it ring 3 times, savoring the anticipation, before answering with my most pleasant, accommodating tone. "Hello? Zlata? Oh, Zlata, thank God you answered." Valeria's voice was a torrent of frantic relief, laced with an undercurrent of hysteria I'd been expecting. "Darling, it's a nightmare, a complete and utter nightmare." "Mother? What's wrong? You sound upset." I injected a note of mild concern into my voice, picturing her on the other end, probably wringing her hands, Paul hovering uselessly nearby. "Upset? Zlata, we've been evicted, thrown out onto the street like common criminals. That dreadful landlord, he wouldn't listen to reason. We have nowhere to go, absolutely nowhere." Her voice cracked, and I heard a distinct sniffle, quickly followed by what sounded like a theatrical wail. "Evicted?" I echoed, feigning shock. "Oh, Mother, that's terrible. What happened?" "It's Riker," she sobbed. "That poor, unfortunate boy. He was just trying to make something of himself. A little misunderstanding with some business associates. They're being so unreasonable. And now your father and I, and Lana, we're homeless. Can you imagine? Homeless." I could, quite vividly, and the image didn't fill me with the pity she was clearly trying to elicit. "Where is Riker now?" I asked, keeping my voice gentle. "Oh, he has some other arrangements he's trying to make," Valeria said vaguely, a little too quickly. "He's very resourceful, you know. He'll sort something out for himself. But it's us, Zlata, your father, Lana, and me. We have nowhere to turn. Our suitcases are on the pavement." The lie about Riker was so transparent it was almost insulting. He'd abandoned them, of course, just like he always did when the consequences of his actions came knocking. "That's awful, Mother, truly awful." I paused, letting the silence hang, letting her desperation build. I could almost hear her holding her breath. "Zlata?" she finally whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears and forced humility. "Your house, it's so big. You have all those rooms. We were wondering, we were hoping, could we possibly, just for a little while, darling, just until we can find our feet? We wouldn't be any trouble at all, I promise. We'd be quiet as mice." Her voice was dripping with a sweetness so artificial it made my teeth ache. The picture of them arriving, expecting tearful forgiveness, expecting to be ushered into my comfortable guest rooms, expecting me to foot the bill for their son's latest catastrophe, was crystal clear in my mind. I took a slow, deliberate breath. "Mother," I said, my voice now smooth as silk, perfectly accommodating. "Of course you can come here. You're my family. Where else would you go?" A choked sob of relief came from the other end. "Oh, Zlata. Oh, thank you, darling, thank you. I knew you wouldn't let us down. I told Paul. I told Lana. Zlata has a good heart. She'll understand." "I understand completely, Mother," I said, and for once, it was the absolute truth. "Come whenever you're ready. I'll be here." "We'll be there as soon as we can get a taxi," she gushed. "Oh, Zlata, you're a lifesaver, a true angel." "Drive safely, Mother," I said, and hung up. I walked to my living room window, the one overlooking the pristine garden I'd cultivated with such care. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows, and the crimson roses glowed with an almost unnatural intensity. A chilling smile played on my lips. "Let them come," I murmured to the empty room, to the silent, waiting house. The suite is almost ready. My heart was beating steadily, a calm, rhythmic drum. There was no anger now, no pain, only a cold, clear sense of purpose. The years of planning, the years of waiting were about to culminate. They were walking willingly into the trap I had so meticulously prepared, and they had no idea. An hour later, a battered taxi pulled up to the curb. I watched from behind the sheer curtains of my living room window as Valeria, Lana, and Paul slowly extricated themselves and their worn suitcases from the vehicle. Valeria was already dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, a picture of weary tragedy. Lana looked around with a familiar expression of disdain, though it was tinged with a new, anxious uncertainty. Paul, as ever, looked defeated before the battle had even begun, his shoulders slumped, his gaze fixed on the pavement. I waited until they were halfway up my garden path before opening the front door. I'd schooled my features into an expression of cool, polite neutrality. "Mother, Lana, Father," I greeted them, my voice even. "Welcome." Valeria rushed forward, arms outstretched as if for an embrace. "Oh, Zlata, thank you, thank you. You have no idea what this means to us." I sidestepped her intended hug smoothly. "Please, come in." They shuffled into my hallway, their eyes darting around, taking in the polished hardwood floors, the tasteful artwork, the general air of quiet prosperity. I saw a flicker of something, envy, resentment, in Lana's eyes before she quickly masked it. "Your house is lovely, Zlata," Valeria said, her voice still a little too bright. "So spacious." "Thank you," I replied. "If you'll follow me, I'll show you to your accommodations." I could feel their anticipation, their expectation of soft beds and private bathrooms. I led them through my immaculate kitchen, the aroma of freshly baked bread, a deliberate touch, I admit, hanging in the air. Paul actually sniffed appreciatively. I paused at the newly installed deadbolt on the back door, leading to the garden and, by extension, the garage. With a small, deliberate click, I unlocked it. "This way," I said, pushing the door open and stepping out into the cool evening air. I led them down the short garden path towards the detached garage. Confusion began to cloud their faces. "Zlata, darling, where are we going?" Valeria asked, her voice wavering slightly. The guest rooms are upstairs, aren't they? This is what I have available to line, I said, stopping before the garage door. I produced a single key and unlocked the new sturdy lock Mr. Henderson had installed. I pushed the door open, revealing the stark, cold interior. The single bare bulb cast harsh shadows on the 3 cots and the chemical toilet in the corner. A stunned silence fell. Valeria's jaw literally dropped. Lana stared, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. Paul just looked lost. This, I announced, my voice devoid of any warmth, any welcome, is all I can offer. Valeria found her voice first, a strangled shriek. What is this? What is the meaning of this, Zlata? How dare you? Lana, recovering quickly, pointed a trembling finger at the cots. You expect us to sleep in there? On those things? With a bucket for a toilet? Are you insane? It's clean, I said calmly, and dry, and secure. This is an outrage, Valeria shrieked, her face flushing a dangerous shade of purple. After everything we've been through, after all we've done for you. Done for me? I repeated, my voice dropping, taking on an icy edge that made even Valeria flinch. Let's talk about what you've done for me, Mother. Do you remember that day, years ago, in my first house, the empty one? Do you remember what you screamed at me then? Her eyes darted nervously. I don't recall. Oh, I do, I said, my voice low and clear. You called me selfish. You said the money for my house should have gone to Riker. You said I didn't deserve it. I turned to Lana. And you, Lana, you sneered and told me I didn't deserve my house. Remember that? Small and empty, like your social life, I believe, were your exact words. Lana paled, her bravado deflating. Perhaps, I continued, my gaze sweeping over their horrified faces. You don't deserve comfort either. Perhaps this is all you've earned. This isn't right, Zlata, Paul finally mumbled, his voice barely a whisper, his eyes pleading. This isn't kind. I rounded on him, the years of his silent complicity fueling my cold anger. Kind? Were you kind, Father, when you stood by and watched them tear me apart? When your silence was louder than their screams? Your silence then bought you this silence from me now. These are the only terms. No access to the main house. You can take it or you can leave it. Lana, her face contorted with rage, suddenly lunged at me, her hand raised to slap. I sidestepped her easily, her momentum carrying her stumbling a few paces. Don't even think about it, Lana, I warned, my voice deadly calm. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key to the garage and a neatly printed list. Here is the key to your suite, I said, holding it out. Paul numbly took it. And this, I added, handing him the list, is a list of local homeless shelters and their contact numbers. You have 1 hour to decide. My property, my rules. Just like it was my down payment. My house, my rules, back then. Without another word, I turned my back on their stunned, furious faces, walked back into my warm, luxurious kitchen, and locked the deadbolt firmly behind me. The satisfying thud of the bolt sliding home was music to my ears. I poured myself a glass of wine, the good stuff I usually saved for celebrations, and settled into my comfortable armchair in the living room. From my window, I had a clear view of the garage. The single bare bulb cast a stark, yellowish glow out of its grimy window. I could hear raised voices, Valeria's shrill tones clearly distinguishable even through the closed kitchen door and across the garden. Lana's angry shouts punctuated her mother's tirade. Paul's voice was a low, inaudible rumble. They argued for a good 45 minutes. I watched, sipping my wine, a strange calm settling over me. There were moments of furious gesturing, Lana storming back and forth in the small patch of light outside the garage door, Valeria wringing her hands. Paul mostly stood, head bowed. At one point, Lana kicked one of their suitcases. It skidded across the concrete driveway. Then, as the hour mark approached, I saw a shift. The shouting subsided, replaced by a defeated quiet. Lana picked up her suitcase. Paul, after a moment, picked up his and Valeria's. Valeria stood stiffly, her back to my house, but I could imagine the expression of utter humiliation on her face. Without a single glance towards the garage or towards my warm, well-lit home, they trudged back down the driveway, their shoulders slumped, their movements heavy with defeat. They didn't even try the garage door. They just left, disappearing into the darkness of the street. I watched until the taillights of another taxi, presumably one they'd called, vanished around the corner. Then I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. It was done. A complex wave of emotions washed over me. There was a profound, grim satisfaction, yes. A sense of justice, harsh but undeniably served. But there was also an emptiness, the quiet that follows a storm, the recognition that the scars, though avenged, remained. The victory was real, but it wasn't joyous. It was just final. Marlene came over the next evening, a bottle of my favorite Pinot Noir in hand. "So," she said, settling onto my sofa, "spill. How did the family reunion go?" I recounted the events, from their desperate call to their defeated departure. Marlene listened intently, her expression unreadable. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. "Wow, Zlata," she said softly. "That's intense, even for you." "Was it too much?" I asked, the question genuine. Marlene considered. "It was harsh," she admitted. "Definitely harsh. But honestly, after everything they put you through, that initial ambush, the years of entitlement and blame, no, I don't think it was too much. They built that garage, Zlata, brick by miserable brick, with their own actions. You just handed them the key." Her words were a comfort, an affirmation I hadn't realized I needed. "Riker, of course, was a no-show," I added. Valeria tried to cover for him, but it was obvious. "Predictable," Marlene snorted. "He'll have landed on his feet somewhere, probably already spinning his next sob story to some other unfortunate soul." A few days later, Aunt Sophia called again, her voice buzzing with ill-concealed gossip. "Zlata, you will not believe it. Valeria, Paul, and Lana are staying in that awful emergency housing unit over by the industrial park, the one with the shared bathrooms. Can you imagine? Valeria Rivera in a place like that. Apparently Riker completely vanished, left them high and dry. Again." "Is that so?" I said, my voice neutral. I felt nothing. No pity, no triumph, just a distant sort of finality. They were out of my orbit, their problems no longer capable of touching me. The revenge hadn't magically erased the pain of that day in my empty house. It hadn't healed the old wounds completely, but it had redrawn the lines. It had reclaimed my power. It had brought a harsh, necessary closure. They had faced the direct consequences of their choices, not filtered through my unwilling intervention or their manipulative pleas. I looked around my beautiful home, at the sunlight streaming through the clean windows, at the books lining the shelves, the art on the walls, the comfortable furniture I'd chosen with such care. This house, my sanctuary, my fortress, was finally, truly, just mine, untainted by their demands, their expectations, their bitter presence. They made their choices then and now, I thought, swirling the last of my coffee in my favorite mug. And I made mine. This house was never about them needing rescue or me needing their approval. It was always about me, my strength, my resilience, the life I built, not just in spite of them, but for myself. And that, I realized, was the truest piece of all. They say love is blind. Mine wasn't just blind. It was wearing a blindfold, earplugs, and humming loudly to drown out the warning bells. My name is Zara. Before I met Neil, my world was code, algorithms, and the thrill of watching my tech startup, Innovate Solutions, take off. I was young, driven, and honestly, a little naive about how old money really worked. I'd poured my heart and soul, not to mention countless sleepless nights, into building something from scratch, something that was mine, and it was thriving. I felt like I was on top of the world. Then Neil walked into my life, or rather, into a tech conference where I was a keynote speaker. He was, different, or so I thought. He was charming, handsome in that effortlessly polished way, and he laughed at my nerdy jokes. He seemed genuinely impressed by my work, not intimidated by it. He came from a world of inherited wealth, a stark contrast to my self-made success, but he never made it seem like an issue. "You're brilliant, Zara," he'd say, his eyes shining with what I mistook for admiration. "You built something from nothing. That's incredible." For a while, it felt like a fairy tale. He was attentive, supportive, and for the first time, I let myself imagine a future that wasn't just about boardrooms and Series A funding. The first dinner at his family's sprawling estate, however, felt less like an introduction and more like an inspection. The house itself was magnificent, a testament to generations of accumulated wealth, but it felt cold, almost museum-like. His mother, Mallory, was a woman who wore her pearls like armor and her smile like a weapon. Her eyes, a pale, assessing blue, swept over me, lingering a little too long on my dress, my shoes, my simple jewelry. His father, Robert, was quieter, a portly man, with a permanently skeptical arch to his eyebrows. He offered a limp handshake and then retreated behind a facade of polite disinterest, though I felt his gaze on me throughout the evening. And Chelsea, Neil's sister, just watched. Mostly she picked at her food and offered monosyllabic answers when I tried to draw her into conversation. "So, Zara," Mallory began, her voice smooth as silk, but with an edge I couldn't ignore. She was seated at the head of a ridiculously long mahogany table. "Neil tells us you're quite the innovator." She drew out the word as if it tasted foreign, or perhaps a little common. I smiled, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel under her scrutiny. "I love what I do, yes. Innovate solutions is my passion." "How quaint," she murmured, taking a delicate sip of her wine. "It must be so exciting, all this new technology, so different from, well, established businesses with history, with legacy." The implication was clear. My work was a fleeting trend, while theirs was eternal. "There's certainly a different kind of energy," I agreed, trying to keep my tone light. "Fast-paced, always evolving." "Challenging, yes," she mused, tapping a perfectly manicured nail on her wine glass. "And I suppose some girls are just wonderfully ambitious these days, not content to just marry well." The dig was clear, a perfectly aimed dart. My cheeks burned. I glanced at Neil, hoping he'd say something, anything. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, offering a weak, apologetic smile in my direction, but remained silent. That silence was a punch to the gut. Robert chuckled softly. "Mallory, dear, you're embarrassing the girl." But there was no real reprimand in his voice, only a shared amusement. Chelsea actually looked up from her plate at that, a flicker of something, pity, in her eyes before she quickly looked away. The rest of the evening continued in a similar vein. Mallory's questions were relentless, disguised as polite interest, but designed to highlight my new money background against their established legacy. She asked about my parents, my upbringing, my education, each question a subtle probe for weaknesses, for signs that I wasn't their kind. She made comments about modern women and their interesting career choices, always with that slight, condescending smile. I parried as best I could, trying to remain poised, but inside I was seething. This wasn't a family welcome, it was a social vivisection. Later that week, after another perfectly pleasant dinner where Mallory managed to subtly insult my choice of wine, my understanding of art, and my rather bold business expansion plans, Neil walked me to my car. He looked nervous, fidgeting with his keys. "So," he started, avoiding my eyes, "Mom and Dad, they really like you, Zara? They do?" I raised an eyebrow. They have a funny way of showing it. He winced. They're just old-fashioned, protective. You know how it is. I didn't, actually. My family was loud, loving, and couldn't care less about someone's bank balance as long as they were a good person. Anyway, he continued, finally looking at me, his expression pleading, they wanted to have a little chat with us about, the future and protecting the family assets. Just a formality, really, before the wedding. My stomach tightened. I knew this was coming. I'd read enough, heard enough stories. It wasn't a shock, but hearing it from Neil, after all his talk of my brilliance and independence, felt like a betrayal. A chat? I asked, my voice dangerously quiet. Or an interrogation? The little chat was, as I suspected, a full-blown ambush. We were ushered into Robert's study, a room paneled in dark wood, smelling of old books and even older money. Mallory sat behind a large mahogany desk that looked like it had witnessed generations of Harrison power plays. Robert stood by the fireplace, arms crossed, a silent, imposing sentinel. Neil hovered near the door, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Mallory gestured to the two stiff-backed chairs in front of the desk. "Zara, dear, do sit down. Neil, you too." Her voice was all honey, but her eyes were pure steel. A thick document lay on the polished surface between us. "Now," she began, once we were seated, "as you know, Zara, our family has certain responsibilities, a legacy to protect. Robert and I, and indeed Neil, feel it's prudent to have certain agreements in place before you two embark on this wonderful journey together." She slid the document across the desk. "Just a formality, dear, to ensure everyone feels secure." Her eyes, however, didn't say secure. They screamed gold digger. I picked up the document. The legal jargon was dense, but the gist was brutally clear. In the event of a divorce, I would walk away with nothing. Not a penny of Harrison money, no claim to any assets acquired during the marriage, nothing. It was a comprehensive, ironclad disinheritance. My hands trembled slightly as I skimmed the pages. I could feel the blood draining from my face. This wasn't protection. This was a declaration of distrust, an insult wrapped in legalese. "This is—" I started, my voice barely a whisper. "Standard procedure for families like ours, Zara," Mallory interjected smoothly. "I'm sure you understand. It's not personal." Oh, it felt incredibly personal. It felt like every condescending remark, every dismissive glance, had been leading to this moment. I looked at Neil. His face was pale, his gaze fixed on a point somewhere over my shoulder. "Neil?" He cleared his throat. "Zara, it's just what they want, to keep the peace. It doesn't mean anything about us, about how I feel." "Doesn't it?" I asked, my voice gaining a little strength. "It feels like it means quite a lot, actually." "Please, Zara," he mumbled, finally meeting my eyes, his filled with a desperate plea. "Just sign it. For me. For us. For them," he meant. My heart, which had soared with such hope when I met Neil, now felt like a lead weight in my chest. The hurt was a physical ache, sharp and deep. But beneath the hurt, a cold anger began to smolder. They thought I was a fool. They thought I was so desperate to marry into their precious family that I'd sign away my dignity. The next morning, I was in Ivy Weaver's office. Ivy, my lawyer, was a whirlwind of sharp intellect and even sharper suits. She'd been with me since Innovate Solutions was just a business plan scribbled on a napkin. She was more than a lawyer. She was a mentor and a friend. I slid the prenup across her desk. "They want me to sign this." Ivy read it, her expression growing more thunderous with each page. By the time she finished, her lips were a thin, hard line. "The unmitigated gall of these people," she finally said, her voice tight with outrage. "This isn't a prenuptial agreement, Zara. This is a financial execution. They're treating you like a common grifter." "Neil wants me to sign it to keep the peace," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Ivy snorted. Peace for whom exactly? Certainly not for you. She leaned back in her chair, tapping a pen against her chin. All right. They want to play hardball? We can play hardball. A tiny spark of hope ignited within me. What do you mean? They're so focused on protecting their assets, Ivy said, a predatory glint in her eye. They've probably not even considered yours. Innovate Solutions is already worth a significant amount, and its growth potential is astronomical. We add a reciprocal clause, something simple, buried deep. It states that all your premarital assets, specifically naming Innovate Solutions, and all its future earnings, profits, and intellectual property remain solely and exclusively yours, untouchable by Neil or his family, regardless of circumstance. No community property, no commingling. Yours, period. Can we do that? I asked, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. Oh, we can absolutely do that, Ivy said with a grim smile. They want to protect their legacy? Fine, you protect yours. She drafted the clause, a masterpiece of legal subtlety, and we strategically placed it within a dense section about asset disclosure. It looked innocuous, just another piece of boilerplate. A few days later, I sat once more in Robert's study, the revised document in front of me. Mallory watched me like a hawk, a smug little smile playing on her lips. Neil just looked relieved that this ordeal was almost over. I took a deep breath, picked up the pen, and signed their insulting prenup. I feigned reluctance, a hint of resignation. I even managed a watery smile for Neil. As I signed, I caught Mallory's triumphant glance. She thought she'd won, that she'd successfully caged the gold digger. I offered a small, tight smile back. She had no idea the real protection in that document was mine. The wedding was a lavish Harrison affair, exactly as you'd expect. Hundreds of guests I didn't know, oceans of champagne, and enough flowers to fill a botanical garden. I wore a beautiful dress, smiled for the cameras, and danced with my new husband. But through it all, I felt like an outsider, an actress playing a role. Mallory was in her element, gliding among her guests, the queen of her domain. Every time her gaze landed on me, I saw that same smugness. Little did she know, the game had just begun, and I was holding a trump card she hadn't even realized was in play. The years that followed our wedding were a study in contrasts. Innovate Solutions, my baby, exploded. We launched product after product that revolutionized our sector. We expanded globally. Our valuations soared into the billions. I was on magazine covers, speaking at international forums, living and breathing the exhilarating chaos of a company hitting its stride. I poured every ounce of my energy, my intellect, and my passion into it. It wasn't just a business. It was my sanctuary, the one place where I felt completely in control, completely myself. The success was sweet, a validation of my vision and hard work. Meanwhile, Harrison Holdings, the century-old manufacturing behemoth that was the source of Mallory's immense pride, began to show its age. Robert, who had inherited the CEO title rather than earned it, was resistant to change. He clung to outdated practices, dismissed new technologies, and seemed to believe the company's legacy alone would keep it afloat. The world was changing, but Harrison Holdings was stuck in the past, a lumbering dinosaur in a fast-paced ecosystem. The whispers started subtly, a missed earnings target here, a delayed product launch there. Nothing to cause alarm, not yet, but the cracks were beginning to appear. Mallory, of course, remained blissfully, or perhaps willfully, ignorant. At family dinners, which I still attended with a practiced smile, she'd make her usual subtle digs. It must be so volatile, Zara, your industry. Up one day, down the next. Not like good, solid manufacturing. Bricks and mortar, dear. That's what endures. I'd just nod. There's certainly a lot of movement, Mallory. The irony was so thick you could spread it on toast, but she never seemed to notice. My marriage to Neil suffered. The more successful Innovate Solutions became, the more distant he seemed. He was proud, he said, but there was an undercurrent of something else. Resentment, perhaps? Or maybe it was the increasing stress from his own family's financial situation. He'd taken a senior role at Harrison Holdings, a position he was ill-suited for, and the pressure was clearly getting to him. He'd come home late, smelling of stale coffee and anxiety, his conversations increasingly peppered with complaints about market conditions and unfair competition. The lavish lifestyle the Harrisons were accustomed to didn't change, even as their company's fortunes dwindled. The parties were still extravagant, the shopping trips to Europe still frequent. But now there was a frantic edge to it all, a desperate clinging to the trappings of wealth. One evening, Neil was pacing our living room, a glass of scotch in his hand. He'd been quiet all through dinner, his brow furrowed. "Everything okay?" I asked, looking up from my laptop. I was reviewing quarterly projections for Innovate Solutions, and they were, frankly, spectacular. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's just, things at Holdings are a bit tight. Dad's stressed. We're looking at needing to modernize the main plant. It's going to require a significant capital injection." I nodded sympathetically. "That sounds like a big undertaking." He swirled the scotch in his glass, avoiding my gaze. "It is a very big undertaking." He paused, then said, almost too casually, "You know, Zara, Innovate Solutions is doing so incredibly well. You have so much liquidity." I waited. I knew where this was going. "Family helps family, right?" he continued, finally looking at me, a hopeful, almost desperate look in his eyes. "That's what families do." "Are you asking me for money, Neil?" I asked, keeping my voice even. He flinched. "Not asking, exactly. Just exploring options. Thinking aloud." I closed my laptop. "Innovate Solutions is a publicly traded company, Neil. I have a fiduciary duty to my shareholders. We don't just hand out cash because someone in my extended family needs it." "But you're the majority shareholder," he protested. "You could make it happen." "It doesn't work that way," I said gently, though a cold knot was forming in my stomach. This was new territory. He'd never directly suggested I use my company's resources to bail out his family before. He drained his scotch and slammed the glass down on the coffee table a little too hard. "Right, of course, your company, your shareholders." The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable. A few weeks later, he tried a different tack. We were getting ready for bed. He sat on the edge of the mattress, fiddling with his watch. "Hypothetically, Zara," he began, his voice carefully neutral, "if Harrison Holdings needed a significant capital injection to, say, modernize, would Innovate Solutions consider an investment? As a strategic partner, perhaps?" I just looked at him, my expression unreadable. The audacity was breathtaking. After years of being treated like a gold-digging interloper, after being forced to sign a prenup designed to ensure I never saw a penny of their precious family money, now they wanted my company, my success, to save them from their own incompetence. "Hypothetically, Neil," I replied, my voice cool and calm. "Why would it?" He stared at me, his mouth slightly open, as if he couldn't believe I'd even asked the question. The chasm between us, already wide, suddenly felt miles across. The hypothetical question hung in the air for days, unanswered and unaddressed. Neil didn't bring it up again, but the tension in our home was thick enough to cut with a knife. Then Harrison Holdings imploded, not gradually, but spectacularly. It started with a new product line they'd rushed to market, some kind of smart home appliance that was anything but. Reports flooded in, malfunctions, safety hazards, even a couple of small fires. The media pounced. "Harrison Holdings fumbles tech debut," screamed one headline. "Century-old company cuts corners, endangers consumers," blared another. Their stock, already ailing, took a nosedive. It was a public relations nightmare, a textbook case of a company trying to innovate without understanding innovation, and worse, without prioritizing quality. The whispers in our social circles, the ones I usually attended with Neil, morphed into loud, concerned murmurs, then outright pitying glances. Mallory, who once held court like a queen, now looked strained, her smile brittle, her eyes darting around as if expecting criticism from every corner. Robert just looked older, grayer, the weight of his company's failure etched onto his face. One evening, Neil cornered me in my home office. He looked terrible, sleep-deprived, agitated, his usually immaculate clothes rumpled. "Zara, we need to talk," he said, his voice hoarse. "I'm listening," I replied, turning from my monitor. "Harrison Holdings, it's bad, really bad, worse than anyone knows." He paced the small space, running his hands through his hair repeatedly. "The banks are calling in loans. Creditors are getting nervous. We need a substantial loan, just to tide us over, to stop the bleeding." "A loan?" I repeated, keeping my expression neutral. "Yes, from you, from Innovate Solutions. You have it, Zara. You have more than enough. It's just sitting there, all that excess capital." His eyes were wide, almost frantic. I took a slow breath. Here it was, the direct ask. No more hypotheticals, no more vague suggestions about family helping family. This was desperation. "Neil," I said, my voice calm and steady, "you know my answer to this. Innovate Solutions is not a piggy bank for Harrison Holdings. And as for my personal finances," I paused, letting the unspoken hang in the air. "Our finances are separate. Your family made that abundantly clear before we even got married, remember?" His face flushed a dark red. "Are you serious? You're going to bring that up now? My family is on the verge of losing everything, and you're going to hold a grudge over a piece of paper?" "It wasn't just a piece of paper, Neil," I said, my voice hardening. "It was a statement, a very clear statement about how your family viewed me, about my worth in their eyes, and I respected their wishes. Our finances are separate." "But we're married," he yelled, his voice cracking. "Doesn't that mean anything to you? For God's sake, Zara, this is my family's legacy. My father is devastated. And I'm supposed to sacrifice my company's stability, my shareholders' trust, because your father mismanaged his legacy into the ground?" I stood up, facing him directly. "No, Neil, I won't do it." He stared at me, his chest heaving, his expression a mixture of disbelief and fury. "You're cold, Zara. You know that? Unbelievably cold. I can't believe you're doing this." He stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him. The sound echoed through the silent house. I sank back into my chair, my hands shaking slightly. It wasn't easy saying no. A part of me, the part that had once loved him, felt a pang of something akin to pity. But the larger part, the part that remembered Mallory's smug smile as I signed that prenup, felt a grim sort of resolve. The tension in our home became unbearable. We barely spoke. We slept in the same bed, miles apart. He looked at me with open resentment, and I looked at him and saw a stranger, a weak man who had stood by and let his family humiliate me and who now expected me to clean up their mess. Later that week, I was walking past the guest room, which Neil had started using as a makeshift office, to make frantic phone calls. The door was slightly ajar. I heard his voice, low and urgent, then Mallory's, sharp and strained even through the phone. "She refused, Mother! Flat out refused!" Neil was saying, his voice tight with anger and desperation. "Can you believe it? All that money and she won't lift a finger? The gold digger is holding on to her gold." My blood ran cold. So that's what I still was to them, even now, even when they were begging for my help. The gold digger. A grim sense of purpose settled in. This wasn't just about business anymore. This was about respect. And they were about to learn a very hard lesson about who they had underestimated. The Harrisons started bleeding assets. First, it was the charming summer cottage in the Hamptons, sold quietly, discreetly. Then, a few notable pieces from their extensive art collection appeared at auction. The The society pages, once filled with photos of Mallory at glittering galas, now ran speculative pieces about the financial headwinds facing Harrison Holdings. You could almost taste their desperation in the air. Chelsea Neal's sister was dispatched next. She called me, her voice thick with unshed tears, and asked to meet for coffee. I agreed, curious. We met at a quiet cafe. Chelsea, who usually radiated an air of bored entitlement, looked genuinely distressed. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her designer outfit looking a little less pristine than usual. "Zara," she began, her voice trembling, "I know things have been difficult between you and the family, and with Neal." I sipped my latte, waiting. "But this is our legacy, Zara. Harrison Holdings. It's been in our family for generations. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, they built it from nothing." She conveniently forgot to mention that I had also built something from nothing, something they now desperately needed. "It's not just about Mom and Dad," she continued, tears welling in her eyes. "It's about the future, my children, Neal's future children. Don't you want your children to be part of that legacy?" The audacity of it, using hypothetical, non-existent children to guilt-trip me. "Chelsea," I said, my voice gentle but firm, "my finances are separate from Neal's and from your family's. That was made very clear a long time ago." "But this is different," she pleaded, her voice rising. "This is an emergency. You have the means to help. You could save us. Please, Zara, for the sake of the family. For Neal." "Neal made his choices, Chelsea, and your parents made theirs." I placed my cup down. "I'm sorry for what you're going through, truly, but I can't help you." She stared at me, her face crumpling. The tears finally spilled over. "I don't understand how you can be so heartless." She grabbed her purse and fled the cafe, leaving me to pay the bill. Heartless, or just unwilling to be a doormat anymore? Neal's pressure, meanwhile, escalated from accusatory to outright demanding. He stopped yelling and started pleading, then cajoling, then issuing veiled threats. "Zara, you have to understand," he said one night, following me into the kitchen as I made myself a cup of tea. "If Holdings goes under, we lose everything, the house, everything. Dad, I don't think he'll survive it. Mom is beside herself." "And this is my responsibility how, Neal?" I asked, not turning around. "Because you're my wife," he exclaimed, his voice cracking. "Because you have the power to stop this. You could use your Innovate Solutions shares as collateral, just a small portion, enough to secure a loan for my family, for us." I finally turned, tea forgotten. "My shares? You want me to leverage my company, the company I built, the company your mother accused me of using to trap you, to bail out your family's failing business?" "It's not like that," he insisted, but his eyes couldn't meet mine. "It's a temporary measure. We'll pay it back, with interest." "No, Neal." His face hardened. "You're really going to let them go down? After everything?" "After everything they put me through, you mean?" I shot back. "Yes, I think I am. The final straw, the one that severed any lingering thread of loyalty or affection I might have felt for Neal, came a few days later. Quinn, my business partner and closest friend, called me into her office. She looked grim. "Zara, you need to see this," she said, turning her monitor towards me. It was an email chain. My blood ran cold as I read. Neal had secretly approached one of Innovate Solutions' key investors, a man I'd known and trusted for years. He'd used my name, implying I was fully on board, and tried to leverage my reputation to secure a massive personal loan for Harrison Holdings. He'd painted a picture of me being supportive, of this being a joint spousal effort to save his family's business. He'd lied, blatantly. He'd tried to go behind my back and use my success, my credibility, to fund their sinking ship. The betrayal was a physical blow. It wasn't just about money anymore. This was about trust, about integrity. And he had just torched it all. "He what?" I whispered, staring at the screen in disbelief. "The investor called me," Quinn said, her voice tight with anger. "He smelled a rat, wanted to confirm with you directly before even considering it. Good thing he did." I felt a wave of nausea. This man, my husband, was actively trying to undermine me, to use me, to deceive people I respected. That evening, Neil confronted me, his face pale, his eyes haunted. He must have heard the investor had contacted me. "My parents are on the brink of losing everything, Zara. Everything!" His voice was desperate, pleading. "The lawyers are talking about bankruptcy. If you don't help us now, our marriage, I don't see how it survives this." Was that a threat or a plea? I looked at him, at the man I had once loved, the man who now stood before me, a desperate, deceitful stranger. And for the first time I realized I truly didn't care anymore. The last embers of affection had been extinguished by his treachery. "Is that so?" I said, my voice devoid of emotion. "Let it crumble. Let it all burn." The air in our ridiculously oversized living room crackled. Neil stood there, his ultimatum hanging between us like a guillotine blade. "Our marriage. I don't see how it survives this." I looked at him, really looked at him. The charming man I'd fallen for was gone, replaced by this hollow-eyed, desperate stranger who reeked of his family's impending doom and his own moral bankruptcy. The discovery of his clandestine attempt to swindle my investor using my name had been the final, decisive blow. Any lingering sentimentality, any shred of doubt about my course of action had evaporated. "Let me get this straight, Neil," I began, my voice dangerously calm. "You go behind my back, you lie to one of my most important business associates, you try to leverage my company and my reputation without my knowledge or consent, effectively attempting to defraud him, and then you have the audacity to issue me an ultimatum about our marriage." He flinched, color rising in his pale cheeks. "I was desperate, Zara. You weren't listening. I had to do something. Something deceitful? Something that could have irrevocably damaged my professional standing?" I shook my head, a humorless laugh escaping me. "You know, for years, your mother painted me as the calculating one, the gold digger. Turns out, the real schemer in this family wasn't me." "That's not fair," he protested weakly. "I was trying to save my family by sacrificing my integrity, by potentially dragging my company into your family's mess." I walked closer to him, my gaze unwavering. "Your family made their bed, Neil. They were arrogant, short-sighted, and frankly, terrible at business. And you? You stood by and let them treat me like dirt, then expected me to clean up the mess when their empire started to crumble. You didn't defend me then, and you're certainly not defending me now. You're just trying to use me." His shoulders slumped. The fight seemed to drain out of him, replaced by a weary resignation. "So that's it then? You're just going to watch them burn?" "They lit the match, Neil," I said softly. "I'm just choosing not to be the fire department." The argument, if you could even call it that, was explosive in its finality. There were no more tears, no more pleading from him. Just a vast, empty silence that confirmed everything was, indeed, over between us. He retreated, defeated, and I felt nothing. Just a cold, clear sense of purpose. The next day my phone rang. Caller ID, Mallory. I let it ring a few times before answering, taking a moment to compose myself, to steel my resolve. This was it, the summons. "Zara, dear," her voice cooed, a syrupy concoction of false concern and thinly veiled command. It was the same tone she'd used when presenting the prenup, the one that dripped with condescension while pretending benevolence. "How are you?" "I'm fine, Mallory," I replied, my voice even, betraying nothing. "And you?" A delicate sigh traveled down the line. "Oh, Zara, things are difficult, as I'm sure Neil has told you." A pause, clearly expecting me to fill it with sympathetic noises. I remained silent. "Robert and I," she continued, her voice taking on a slightly more urgent edge, We feel it's time we all sat down, as a family. There are things we need to discuss, important things. We'd like you and Neil to come to the house this evening. It's urgent. As a family. The irony was almost laughable. We were never a family. I was always the outsider, the tolerated appendage, the one they were waiting to expose as unworthy. A cold anticipation filled me. This wasn't just a discussion. This was their last stand. This was the moment they would officially, formally grovel. After years of their thinly veiled insults, their smug superiority, their blatant disdain, they were finally going to have to ask me, Zara, the gold digger, to save them. The thought sent a shiver, not of fear, but of something akin to exhilaration, down my spine. I had waited for this moment, consciously or unconsciously, for years. Every slight, every condescending remark, every dismissive glance, it had all been leading here. Of course, Mallory, I replied, my voice smooth as glass. What time? 7 o'clock, dear. And Zara? Yes? Thank you. It means a great deal to us. Her voice was laced with a humility I'd never heard from her before. It was almost convincing. Almost. I hung up the phone, a slow, knowing smile spreading across my face. The game was set. The pieces were in place, and I knew exactly how I was going to play my winning hand. I glanced at the framed photo on my desk, me and Quinn, laughing, at the Innovate Solutions IPO celebration. They thought they could break me, diminish me. They had no idea what they had truly unleashed. Tonight, the Harrisons would learn the true price of their pride, and I would savor every single moment of it. I arrived at the Harrison estate at precisely 7. The grand, imposing facade, usually so intimidating with its aura of old money and unshakable power, now seemed diminished. The manicured lawns were just a little less perfect. A few lights in the sprawling mansion were dark, and an almost palpable air of decay hung in the evening air. It was subtle, but I noticed. A grim-faced housekeeper, one I vaguely recognized from years of stilted holiday dinners, showed me into the formal drawing room. Mallory, Robert, and a hollow-eyed, utterly defeated-looking Neil were waiting. The room, usually so opulent and filled with the murmur of polite society, felt like a tomb. The silence was heavy, thick with unspoken fear and desperation. Mallory, ever the gracious hostess, even on the precipice of ruin, gestured towards a silk brocade armchair. "Zara, dear, thank you for coming." Her voice was strained, the usual imperious tone replaced by a forced, fragile warmth. Robert merely nodded, his face ashen. Neil wouldn't meet my eyes. I sat, placing my clutch purse deliberately on the small antique table beside me. I felt remarkably calm, a chillingly serene spectator at their impending implosion. They launched into it, a carefully rehearsed, yet utterly transparent performance. Mallory went first, her voice trembling slightly. "Zara, Robert and I, we know there have been misunderstandings in the past. Perhaps we haven't always appreciated you, your strengths, as we should have." Misunderstandings? That was a new one. Robert cleared his throat, his voice raspy. "What Mallory is trying to say, Zara, is that we may have misjudged you in the early days." He actually looked pained to admit it. Neil remained silent, staring at his hands clasped tightly in his lap. Then came the appeals, laced with feigned remorse and a heavy dose of desperation. They spoke of family duty, of shared history, conveniently forgetting how they'd tried to exclude me from theirs, and of the devastating impact the collapse of Harrison Holdings would have on so many innocent people, their employees, their legacy, their social standing. Mallory leaned forward, her eyes, usually so sharp and assessing, now wide and pleading. "Zara, we need your help. Harrison Holdings needs a significant infusion of capital to survive, a bailout, if you will." She named a figure, a staggering multi-million-dollar sum that would barely make a dent in Innovate Solutions' quarterly profits, but would be everything to them. If you provide this investment, she continued, her voice gaining a desperate urgency, Robert and I are prepared to offer you a meaningful role in a revitalized Harrison Holdings, a seat on the board, perhaps even an executive position. You have such a keen business mind, Zara. We see that now. A meaningful role? After years of being treated like an unwelcome interloper? The sheer, unadulterated hypocrisy of it almost made me laugh out loud. I let them talk. I listened patiently, my expression carefully neutral, as they exhausted their arguments, their pleas, their pathetic attempts at flattery. I let the silence stretch after Mallory's desperate offer, watching the hope drain from her face with each passing second. Then I smiled, a slow, deliberate smile. Misunderstandings, I began, my voice soft, yet carrying clearly in the tense room. That's a rather delicate way of putting it, Mallory. I leaned forward slightly. Let me recount a few of these misunderstandings, shall I? I remember being told how quaint my ambitions were. I remember the subtle and not so subtle digs about women who marry up. I remember being scrutinized, judged, and found wanting at every turn. And I distinctly remember being presented with a prenuptial agreement designed to ensure that if my marriage to your son failed, I would walk away with absolutely nothing. Because in your eyes, I was, and I quote Neil from a recent phone call with you, Mallory, a gold digger. Mallory's face, which had been a mask of desperate hope, began to contort, first with disbelief, then with a dawning, horrified understanding. Robert stared, aghast, his mouth slightly open. Neil finally looked up, his face a mask of utter devastation, as if the full weight of his family's hubris and his own spinelessness was crashing down on him all at once. You were so very careful to protect your assets from me, I continued, my voice still calm, but with an undeniable edge of steel. So focused on ensuring the gold digger didn't get her hands on your precious family money. But you see, Mallory, Robert, you overlooked one small detail. I paused, savoring the moment. My lawyer, Ivy, is a very thorough woman. She insisted on a reciprocal clause in our prenup, a tiny little paragraph buried deep in all that legal jargon you were so proud of. It states, quite clearly, that all my premarital assets, specifically Innovate Solutions, and all its future earnings, profits, and intellectual property remain solely and exclusively mine, untouchable by Neil, untouchable by his family, regardless of circumstance. I let that sink in. The silence in the room was absolute, broken only by Mallory's ragged breathing. So, to answer your request, I said, my smile widening just a fraction. No, I won't give you a dime, not one single penny. Mallory's face crumpled. The carefully constructed facade of the proud matriarch shattered, revealing the terrified, desperate woman beneath. Fury warred with despair on her features. Robert looked like he'd been physically struck. Neil just looked broken, utterly and completely. You see, Mallory, I said, standing slowly, picking up my clutch. The only legacy I was ever interested in protecting was my own, and I've done that quite successfully. I paused at the door, turning back to deliver the final, crushing blow. And speaking of legacies, Innovate Solutions is currently in talks to acquire a certain struggling manufacturing company. Its assets are going for a song. Apparently, the current owners mismanaged it into the ground. Their faces, already pale, drained of all remaining color. The unspoken name of Harrison Holdings hung in the air between us, a death knell. I walked out, leaving them in the ruins of their fallen empire. The silence that followed me down the grand staircase was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. The fallout was immediate and brutal. Within weeks, Harrison Holdings, unable to secure any further credit or find a white knight investor, declared bankruptcy. The news blazed across financial headlines, a cautionary tale of old money arrogance meeting new world realities. The estate, that monument to their perceived invincibility, went on the auction block. The society pages, once filled with their triumphs, now feasted on their downfall, dissecting every misstep, every desperate measure. And of course, the delicious gossip of my refusal to bail them out, the gold digger, who turned out to have all the gold, was the juiciest tidbit of all. Neil, caught in the crossfire between his ruined, furious family and the wife he had so spectacularly betrayed, tried to bridge the unbridgeable gap. He showed up at my apartment. I'd moved out of our marital home the day after the confrontation, looking even more haggard and lost than before. "Zara," he began, his voice a hoarse whisper, I'm sorry. For everything. For not standing up for you. For what I tried to do with your investor. It was a pathetic apology. Too little. Far too late." The words felt hollow, extracted by desperation rather than genuine remorse. "Are you sorry, Neil?" I asked, leaning against the doorframe, not inviting him in. "Or are you just sorry you got caught, and sorry that your family's gravy train has derailed?" He flinched. "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" I countered. "You stood by for years while your mother insulted me. You practically begged me to sign that prenup. You called me a gold digger behind my back. And then, when your family's incompetence finally caught up with them, you tried to manipulate me and my business to save them. So tell me, Neil, what part of this isn't fair?" He had no answer. He just stared at the floor, a broken man. I didn't wait for one. "My lawyer will be in touch about the divorce," I said, my voice devoid of any emotion save a weary finality. "The prenup your mother was so keen on will make it a very clean break. You get nothing from me, as was always her intention for me, ironically." He looked up then, a flicker of something, panic, in his eyes. "Zara, please." "Goodbye, Neil," I said, and gently closed the door. I heard later that his parents, blaming him for failing to secure my bailout, had effectively disowned him. He was left with nothing, no family fortune, no wife, no career to speak of. Just the bitter taste of consequences. The days that followed were quiet. There was a profound sense of release, like a massive weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The drama, the constant undercurrent of disapproval and manipulation that had defined my marriage, was gone. Innovate Solutions continued its upward trajectory, a testament to actual innovation and sound management. We did, in fact, acquire some of Harrison Holdings' more viable assets out of bankruptcy, at a steep discount, of course. It was a purely strategic business decision, but I won't deny the small, cold sliver of satisfaction it brought. Quinn, my ever-loyal partner and friend, had been my rock through it all. One evening, not long after the dust had truly settled, we were on the rooftop terrace of our new corporate headquarters, overlooking the glittering city skyline. We were celebrating another record-breaking quarter. She raised her champagne flute. "To Karma," she said, her eyes twinkling, "and to exceptionally well-drafted legal documents." I clinked my glass against hers, a genuine smile, light and unburdened, spreading across my face. "I'll drink to that." "You know," she said, looking out at the sprawling metropolis, "they really did a number on you, or tried to." "They did," I acknowledged, sipping the champagne. It tasted like victory. "They underestimated me. They saw a young woman, successful, yes, but in their eyes, still someone they could control, someone whose worth was measured by who she married, not by what she built." "Their mistake," Quinn said firmly. "Their biggest," I agreed. The pain they had inflicted, the years of subtle humiliations and outright disrespect, hadn't vanished, but it no longer held power over me. It had been transmuted into something else: resolve, strength, and an unshakable belief in my own value. "It wasn't just about the money, you know," I said, more to myself than to Quinn. "It was about respect. It was about them finally seeing me, not as an accessory or a target, but as a force to be reckoned with." Quinn nodded. "And they saw it. Boy, did they see it? The look on Mallory's face when you told her about that reciprocal clause? Priceless." I laughed, a real hearty laugh. It was, wasn't it? We stood there for a while, watching the city lights twinkle to life. They had tried to break me, to make me small, to fit me into their narrow gilded cage. Instead, they had forged me into the woman who would not only survive their machinations, but would ultimately watch them fall, brought down by their own arrogance and greed. The revenge, cold and precisely executed, wasn't just satisfying, it was a reclamation of my power, my dignity. And that, I thought, looking out at the city that felt like mine, truly mine, was indeed priceless.
I stood in front of the mirror in my wedding dress, holding back tears as I read the prenuptial agreement one last time. My hands trembled, and the paper crinkled under my tight grip. 3 hours before, I was supposed to say, "I do," and here I was, being forced to sign away my dreams. I'm destiny, and this should have been the happiest day of my life. Instead, it became the day I learned exactly what kind of family I was marrying into. "Darling, you're not having second thoughts, are you?" Mark appeared in the doorway, looking handsome in his tuxedo, but wearing that familiar worried expression I'd grown to hate. "Father says everything needs to be finalized before the ceremony." "Your father can wait," I snapped, then immediately regretted my tone. I need a minute, Mark. This isn't what we discussed." He stepped closer, placing his hands on my shoulders. "It's just business, sweetheart. You know how important the family company is to Father. He just wants to protect our interests." "Our interests? Or his control?" I turned to face him. The original agreement was about assets. I waved the paper. "This is about forcing me to be a housewife. I have to give up any entrepreneurial pursuits or lose everything in a divorce. How is that fair? Father believes a woman's primary focus should be her family. You knew this about him." Mark's voice carried that patronizing tone that made my skin crawl. A knock at the door interrupted us. 5 minutes, Bruce's authoritative voice boomed through the wood. "The papers need to be signed, Destiny. Don't make this difficult." I caught my reflection again. The elegant white dress, the carefully styled hair, the makeup hiding my exhaustion from countless arguments about this very moment. My phone buzzed in my purse, and I fished it out to find a text from Marley. "Whatever happens, remember what we talked about. Check under your bouquet after the ceremony. You've got this, girl." "Destiny," Mark prompted, holding out a pen. I took it, my mind racing. Everything I'd worked for, everything I'd built in secret over the past year, my fledgling company, my dreams, my independence, all of it hung in the balance. Bruce thought he was clever, trying to clip my wings before I could fly. "Fine," I said, my voice steady despite the storm inside. "I'll sign." The scratch of pen on paper felt like nails on a chalkboard. Mark smiled, relief washing over his features as he took the document. "I'll get this to Father. See you at the altar, beautiful." The moment he left, I slumped into a chair, careful not to wrinkle the dress. Marley burst in seconds later, her bridesmaid dress swishing around her legs. "Tell me you didn't," she said, eyes wide. "I did what I had to do." I stood, straightening my spine. But Bruce Russell doesn't know me as well as he thinks he does. "Girl, when he finds out—" "He won't," I cut her off. "Not until it's too late. The company's registered under a different name, the investors are all silent partners, and everything's through shell corporations. I've covered my tracks." Marley handed me my bouquet, a knowing look in her eyes. "There's something else you should know about the Russells. I found out—" Another knock interrupted us. "It's time," my mother called through the door. "Tell me later," I whispered to Marley as we hurried to take our positions. The ceremony passed in a blur of white tulle and hollow promises. I said "I do" to a man I loved but didn't trust, joined a family that saw me as property rather than a person, and smiled for photographs that would forever capture this beautiful lie. At the reception, while Mark was distracted by well-wishers, I finally checked under my bouquet. There, tucked into the ribbon, was a folded note from Marley. "Bruce Russell's empire isn't as solid as everyone thinks. His new VP John has been looking for a way out. Thought you might want to know. Time to show them what you're really made of. I smiled, tucking the note into my bodice. Bruce thought this prenup would keep me in line, force me to be the obedient wife he wanted for his son. He had no idea that he'd just given me all the motivation I needed to bring his empire crashing down around him. Let him think he'd won. Let him believe I'd submit to his rules and expectations. I'd sign his papers, play his game, be the perfect daughter-in-law on the surface. But underneath, I was already several moves ahead in a game he didn't even know we were playing. To the happy couple, Bruce's voice boomed across the reception hall, raising his glass in a toast. I raised mine in return, meeting his satisfied smirk with a practiced smile. To family, I replied, even as I silently added, and to karma. 6 months into my marriage, I'd perfected the art of deception. Every morning, I kissed Mark goodbye as he left for the family company, then transformed our guest house into my secret headquarters. Today was different, though. Today was the first major client meeting for my startup, albeit under an alias. Your coffee, Mrs. Perfect Housewife, Marley teased, handing me a steaming cup as she entered through the back door. Ready to switch into CEO mode? God, yes. I kicked off my house slippers and pulled my power suit from its hiding place in a garment bag. The investors are meeting us at 11. Did you bring the presentations? All here. She patted her laptop bag. But heads up, I saw Bruce's car heading this way when I turned onto your street. What? I nearly spilled my coffee. He never comes here during the day. I rushed to the window, spotting his Mercedes pulling into the driveway. Quick, grab everything and hide in the bathroom. I'll get rid of him. I barely had time to throw on an apron over my business attire before the doorbell rang. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door with my best surprise smile. Bruce, what an unexpected pleasure. He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. Just checking on my daughter-in-law, making sure you're settling into your role properly. His eyes scanned the living room, always searching for imperfections. Of course, I was just about to start preparing lunch for Mark. I gestured toward the kitchen, praying he wouldn't notice the financial documents I'd forgotten to hide on the coffee table. Wonderful. He picked up a magazine from the side table. Though I notice you're still subscribing to Business Weekly. Hardly appropriate reading material for a Russell wife, wouldn't you say? I forced a laugh. Oh, that's Mark's. I just like looking at the pretty office furniture in the ads. A toilet flushed upstairs, and I silently thanked Marley for her quick thinking in establishing our cover story. Marley's here. Bruce's expression soured. That girl's a bad influence. Always was, even in college. She's just helping me plan Mark's birthday party, I lied smoothly. Would you like some coffee? No time, but speaking of parties, he sat down uninvited. The annual company gala is next month. I expect you to take charge of the planning, show everyone what a proper Russell wife can do. I'd be honored. I smiled, already calculating how I could use the event to my advantage. My phone buzzed, a text from our potential investors asking where we were. I discreetly silenced it. One more thing, Bruce added, standing. I heard rumors about a new tech startup making waves in our market. Some woman CEO nobody's heard of. Keep your ears open at those housewife lunches you attend. Any information could be useful. I walked him to the door, maintaining my perfect daughter-in-law facade. Of course, Bruce. I'll let you know if I hear anything. The moment his car disappeared, Marley burst out of hiding. That was too close. Also, we're now officially late. No, I said, grabbing my briefcase. We're exactly where we need to be. Bruce just gave me an idea. 20 minutes later, we walked into a private room at the city's most exclusive restaurant. 5 investors waited, along with John, Bruce's VP, who'd been secretly feeding us information. Gentlemen, I said, stepping to the head of the table. Thank you for your patience. Today, we're not just discussing a new tech platform. We're talking about disrupting an entire industry that's been dominated by dinosaurs for too long. Bold words, one investor said, but why should we trust an unknown? I pulled up our projections. Because while the old guard was busy underestimating people like me, I built this. I clicked through slides showing our beta test results. 300% growth in 6 months, all under the radar. And next month, at the Russell Corp Gala, we go public. That's risky, John warned. Bruce will be too busy watching his empire crumble to stop us. I laid out my plan, watching their expressions shift from skepticism to interest. 2 hours later, we had their commitment. $30 million in funding, contingent on our public launch. You're either brilliant or crazy, Marley said as we headed back. Maybe both. I'm just getting started. I checked my phone to find 3 missed calls from Mark. The real question is, who's going to crack first, my marriage or Bruce's company? Speaking of cracks, Marley hesitated. I overheard something at the country club yesterday about Bruce and some questionable dealings in his past, the kind that could ruin more than just business. I pulled over, turning to face her. Tell me everything. As she spoke, I realized the game was bigger than I'd imagined. Bruce hadn't just tried to control my future. He'd built his entire empire on secrets and lies. And now, I had the power to expose them all. My phone buzzed again. Mark calling. It was time to go home and play the perfect wife, at least for a little while longer. The Russell Corp lobby buzzed with activity as I brought Mark his forgotten lunch, playing the dutiful wife while secretly scanning for familiar faces. That's when I spotted Cade, my brother-in-law, watching me with an intensity that made me nervous. Destiny. He caught up to me by the elevators. We need to talk, privately. I hesitated, clutching Mark's lunch bag. I really should get this too. It's about Bruce, his voice dropped, and what he's planning. My heart skipped, but I kept my expression neutral. Fine, 5 minutes. We took the elevator to the empty conference floor. Through the glass walls, the city sprawled beneath us, oblivious to the power plays happening in this building. I know what you're doing, Cade said without preamble. The startup, the secret meetings, all of it. My fingers tightened on my purse strap. I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the act. He pulled out his phone, showing me photos. Me entering investor meetings, Marley carrying documents, John leaving my office. I'm not the enemy here, Destiny, but you need to be more careful. Are you blackmailing me? I'm warning you, Bruce knows something's happening in his market. He's hired private investigators. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Your husband isn't as loyal as you think. Check his deleted emails. A friend. Who else knows? I demanded, showing Cade the message. Not from me. He ran a hand through his hair. But listen, Bruce didn't just strong-arm you with that prenup. He's done it before. To my wife, to other family members. He's got dirt on everyone. Why are you telling me this? Because someone needs to stop him. And you, he smiled slightly, you might actually be smart enough to do it. The elevator dinged, and Mark stepped out. Destiny? Cade? What's going on? Just bumped into each other, I said smoothly, holding up the lunch bag. Brought your favorite. Mark looked between us suspiciously. Father's looking for you, Cade. Something about the merger documents. Right. Cade headed for the elevator, but not before giving me a meaningful look. Be careful who you trust, Destiny. That evening, I sat in my home office, Mark's laptop open before me. His password had been easy to guess, our wedding date. The deleted emails loaded slowly, each one a potential landmine. Oh my God, I whispered, reading through threads between Mark and Bruce. They'd been discussing ways to keep me occupied with charity work, planning to set me up with meaningless projects to keep me from getting dangerous ideas. A soft knock startled me. Destiny? It was Mark. I quickly closed the laptop. Come in. He entered, looking troubled. Father wants us over for dinner tomorrow. Says it's important. Of course. I stood, kissing his cheek. Everything okay? Just business stuff. A new competitors causing problems. Father's worried. I kept my face carefully blank. Anything I can do? Actually, he hesitated. Father thinks you might be helpful. Apparently, this competitor is a woman, someone who moves in social circles. He thought you might have heard something. My phone buzzed again. Another anonymous text. Bruce knows more than he's letting on. Watch your back. Destiny. Mark touched my arm. You seem distracted lately. Just tired. I forced a smile. Planning the gala is a lot of work. About that, he shifted uncomfortably. Father wants to move it up. Says we need to make a big announcement. What kind of announcement? Can't say yet, but it's big. Could change everything. After he left, I called Marley. We need to move faster. Bruce is planning something. Already on it, she replied. But you need to see this. Remember that dirt I mentioned? I found proof. Meeting in 20 at the usual place. I grabbed my keys, then stopped. A new email had just arrived from another anonymous account. Your company isn't the only thing at risk. Some secrets are worth killing for. My hand shook as I deleted it. The stakes were getting higher, and I wasn't sure who to trust anymore. Cade seemed genuine, but he was still Bruce's family. The anonymous messages could be warnings or traps. One thing was certain, Bruce was making his move, and I needed to be ready. The gala wasn't just going to be an announcement, it was going to be a battlefield. I texted Marley back. On my way. Time to show Bruce what happens when you underestimate the wrong woman. As I drove through the darkening city, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The game had changed. It wasn't just about business anymore. It was about survival. The restaurant's private room felt like a pressure cooker as I sat across from Evangeline, my supposed rival in the tech industry. Bruce had no idea he'd just introduced me to my perfect smokescreen. So, Evangeline stirred her coffee. You're the mysterious wife I've heard so much about. Bruce seems quite interested in my company lately. And I'm interested in why you agreed to meet me. I slid a folder across the table. Especially given these numbers. She opened it, her eyes widening at the documents Cade had secretly provided. Where did you get these? Let's just say we have a mutual problem wearing expensive suits and wielding too much power. Bruce. She practically spat the name. He's been trying to force a hostile takeover of my company. These projections would give him everything he needs. Unless, I leaned forward, we help each other. The waiter arrived with our lunch, and we paused until he left. I could see the wheels turning in Evangeline's head as she processed my unspoken proposition. You're her, aren't you? She lowered her voice. The actual competitor Bruce is really worried about. I smiled. What would you say if I were? Before she could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Mark. Where are you? Father's called an emergency board meeting. Says it's about the mystery company. Looks like our time's up, I said, standing. Think about my offer. Bruce is planning something big at the gala, and we both know he doesn't play fair. Back at Russell Corp, I slipped into the board meeting viewing gallery just as Bruce started speaking. From my hidden vantage point, I could see everything while remaining unseen. Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce's voice boomed through the room. We have a crisis. This unknown company isn't just stealing our market share, they're using insider information. My heart raced as he pulled up familiar-looking projections. Not mine, Evangeline's. I propose an immediate acquisition of Stone Technologies, Bruce continued. We eliminate one threat while sending a message to anyone else thinking of challenging us. I texted Evangeline. Bruce took the bait. You know what to do. Seconds later, her reply came. Press release going out now. Let the games begin. On cue, phones around the boardroom started buzzing. Bruce's presentation froze as notifications poured in. Sir, his assistant burst in. Stone Technologies just announced a merger with Pacific Digital. They're out of our reach now. Bruce's face turned red. That's impossible. The numbers showed. The numbers were wrong. John spoke up, his voice steady. Maybe we should focus on our own company's vulnerabilities instead of chasing competitors. I smiled in my hidden spot. John had played his part perfectly, feeding Bruce exactly the information we wanted him to see. Later that evening, I was in my home office when Mark stormed in. "Did you know about this? Father's furious." "Know about what, honey?" I looked up innocently from my gala planning notes. "Evangeline Stone. She played us. Father's convinced there's a leak in the company." He ran his hands through his hair. "He wants me to start investigating everyone, even family members." "That sounds stressful." I stood, straightening his tie. "Maybe you should distance yourself from it. Let your father handle his own battles." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." I kissed his cheek. "Just don't want you getting caught in the crossfire when things go wrong." His eyes narrowed. "When? Don't you mean if?" Before I could respond, both our phones chimed. Another anonymous message. "The gala guest list includes someone who knows all of Bruce's secrets. Choose your allies carefully." "What the hell?" Mark stared at his screen. "Who's sending these?" "Probably someone trying to cause trouble." I kept my voice calm while my mind raced. This wasn't part of my plan. "You should show your father." "No," he said slowly. "No, I don't think I will." "Something's not right here, Destiny, and I'm starting to wonder if you know more than you're saying." I met his gaze steadily. "Do you really want to know the truth, Mark? About your father? About this company? Because once you do, there's no going back." He stepped back, conflict clear on his face. "I need to think." After he left, I called Cade. "Mark's wavering. We need to move faster." "Already done," he replied. "Just got word. Bruce's biggest client is pulling out tomorrow. He doesn't know yet." I looked at my calendar, where the gala date was circled in red. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to either secure my victory or lose everything. "One more thing," Cade added. "Watch out for Evangeline. She might be playing both sides." I hung up, staring at my reflection in the window. The perfect wife was cracking, revealing the CEO beneath. Soon, everyone would see exactly who I really was. And Bruce? Bruce would see it last of all. The Russell Corp lobby erupted in chaos as reporters swarmed the entrance. I stood in the background, watching Bruce try to manage the fallout from losing his biggest client. "This is a temporary setback," he announced, his usual confidence cracking slightly. "Russell Corp remains stronger than ever." "Is it true the client cited ethical concerns?" a reporter shouted. "No comment," Bruce snapped, retreating toward the elevators. I followed at a distance, slipping into the same elevator just before the doors closed. We were alone. "Rough morning?" I asked innocently. Bruce's eyes narrowed. "Don't get smug, Destiny. This doesn't concern you." "Actually," I pulled out my phone, showing him an email. "It does. The country club board wants to know if we should postpone the gala, given the circumstances. The gala proceeds as planned." His voice turned to steel. "In fact, move it up to next week. I have a special announcement to make." The elevator stopped at his floor. Before exiting, he turned to me. "Oh, and Destiny, tell your friend Evangeline that playing both sides is a dangerous game." My blood ran cold. As soon as he left, I texted Marley. "He knows something. Meet me at the cafe." 20 minutes later, Marley slid into the booth across from me. "It's worse than we thought. Evangeline talked." "What?" "She met with Bruce this morning, offered to help him identify his real competition in exchange for a board seat." I gripped my coffee cup. "That backstabbing." "Destiny?" Mark's voice made me jump. He stood by our table, looking confused. "I thought you were planning the gala today." "Just taking a quick break," I said smoothly. "Want to join us?" "Actually, yes." He sat down, his expression serious. "We need to talk about father." Marley stood. "I should go." "No," Mark said. "Stay. I think you both need to hear this." He pulled out a USB drive. "I found something in Father's private files about what really happened to my mother's company before she died." My heart raced. "Mark, he destroyed her," Mark's voice cracked. "She built something amazing, and he crushed it because he couldn't control her. Just like..." He looked at me meaningfully. "Just like he's trying to do to me?" Mark nodded slowly. "I saw the prenup, Destiny. The real one, not the version you signed. Father altered it after you signed. It's fraud. Marley gasped. I reached for Mark's hand. How long have you known? Long enough to start my own investigation. He squeezed my hand. I know about your company, Destiny. I've known for months. The cafe seemed to freeze around us. Why didn't you say anything? Because I needed to be sure whose side I was on. He slid the USB drive to me. Now I am. Father's going to announce a major restructuring at the gala. He's planning to seize control of all family assets, including any hidden companies he discovers. He can't do that, Marley protested. He can with these documents. Mark tapped the drive. Unless someone stops him. My phone buzzed. A text from Cade. Bruce called an emergency board meeting. John's been fired. It's starting, I muttered, showing them the message. There's more, Mark said. Father's been moving money offshore. Millions. The company's nearly bankrupt, but he's been hiding it from everyone. I stood abruptly. I need to make some calls. Destiny, Mark caught my arm. Whatever you're planning, I want to help. It's dangerous. I know. He smiled sadly. But it's time someone stood up to him. Mother would have wanted that. Back at my office, I gathered my team via secure video call. John, newly fired but still holding key information. Cade, with his inside access. Marley, my most trusted ally. And now Mark, finally choosing a side. Bruce moved the gala up for a reason, I explained. He's desperate. The company's failing, and he's planning one last power grab. The press is already suspicious, John added. One more scandal could topple everything. Then let's give them one, I said, pulling up documents on my screen. Bruce's offshore accounts, the fraudulent prenup, his history of destroying family businesses. Everything goes public at the gala. He'll fight back, Cade warned. Let him. I smiled grimly. I've got one card left to play, something not even Evangeline knows about. My phone lit up with another anonymous message. Bruce knows more than you think. The gala will be his triumph or his downfall. Choose wisely. I looked at my unlikely team of allies. We have 1 week to end this. Mark squeezed my shoulder. We're ready. But as everyone signed off, I wondered if we really were. Bruce had spent decades building his empire of lies. Taking it down would require perfect timing, absolute trust, and a willingness to risk everything. The gala wouldn't just be an event anymore. It would be a reckoning. 3 days before the gala, I found Bruce waiting in my home office. He sat in my chair, holding a familiar-looking file. Interesting reading material, he said, tapping the folder. For a housewife. I closed the door behind me. We both know I was never just a housewife. No. He stood slowly. You're something far more dangerous. A woman who thinks she can play in a man's world. Is that what you told Mark's mother before you destroyed her company? His face darkened. Careful, Destiny. You're treading on thin ice. Actually, I moved to my desk. I think you're the one who should be careful. I opened my laptop, turning it to face him. Offshore accounts, fraudulent documents, decades of systematic destruction of family businesses. The press would love this story. You're bluffing. Try me. I pulled up more files. Did you really think I wouldn't find out about the real prenup? The one you altered after I signed? A knock interrupted us. Mark entered, freezing when he saw his father. What's going on? Your wife, Bruce spat, is threatening me. No, I corrected. I'm promising you. The gala's in 3 days. Step down quietly, or everything goes public. Bruce laughed, but I caught the fear in his eyes. You'll destroy this family. You already did that, Mark said quietly. I found Mum's letters. Bruce's composure cracked. Your mother was weak. She would have ruined everything I built. Built? I scoffed. You mean stolen, manipulated, destroyed? My phone buzzed. Marley. Evangeline's talking to the press. Turn on the news now. I grabbed the remote, switching on the office TV. Evangeline stood at a podium, looking perfectly poised. And while I cannot name names at this time, I can confirm that major revelations about Russell Corp will be made at the upcoming gala. Bruce's face went pale. You conspired with her? No, I smiled. She conspired with me. Those documents you saw about her company, all part of the plan. You don't have the courage to destroy everything, Bruce challenged. Watch me. I pressed send on an email I'd prepared. I just released proof of your offshore accounts to the board. Consider it a preview of coming attractions. His phone immediately began ringing. He glanced at it, then back at me. This isn't over. Actually, it is. Mark stepped between us. Leave, Father, while you still have a choice. After Bruce stormed out, Mark turned to me. Are you okay? No, I admitted, but I will be. Did you secure the evidence from his office? Everything's here. He patted his briefcase. Cade's got copies too, just in case. My phone rang. John calling. Bruce just called an emergency shareholder meeting for tomorrow morning. He's trying to force a vote before the gala. Let him try, I said. We've got the proxy votes locked up, thanks to you and Cade. After hanging up, I found Mark staring at me. What? He shook his head. I can't believe I never saw it before. How brilliant you are. How much like my mother. Mark, no, let me finish. I was a coward, letting him control everything, letting him do to you what he did to her. He took my hands. Whatever happens next, I'm with you. Another text buzzed through, anonymous again. Bruce has one last card to play. Watch out for the silent partner. Silent partner? Mark frowned. What silent partner? A horrible realization hit me. The gala venue, who owns it? Mark's eyes widened. Father's old friend Patrick. Why? I was already dialing Marley. Get the venue changed. Now. Bruce is going to try to stop the gala entirely. On it, she replied. But Destiny, there's something else. Remember those documents about Bruce's past? There's a name that keeps coming up. Someone who helped him take down your mother-in-law's company. Who? Patrick. I looked at Mark, seeing the same understanding dawn on his face. Bruce hadn't just been building an empire. He'd been building a network of conspirators, each one helping him destroy anyone who threatened his control. The gala's not enough, I realized. We need to expose everyone. It'll cause a scandal that'll rock the whole business community, Mark warned. Good. I started typing rapidly. Let it burn. Let all their lies burn. My phone lit up with another anonymous message. Tomorrow's shareholder meeting is a trap. Bruce knows about the proxy votes. Be ready. I showed Mark the message. Still with me? He kissed me softly. Always. But Destiny, whatever happens tomorrow, I know. I squeezed his hand. No going back now. The next 24 hours would either see Bruce's empire fall or everything I'd built crumble to dust. And somewhere in the shadows, Patrick waited, Bruce's silent partner in a decades-long game of destruction. The real battle was just beginning. The gala ballroom hummed with tension as I adjusted my midnight blue gown. Reporters lined the entrance, their cameras flashing like lightning before a storm. Bruce stood at the podium, looking confident despite everything. Too confident. Something's wrong, Marley whispered, appearing beside me. Patrick's men are at every exit. Doesn't matter. I checked my phone one last time. Everything's in place. Bruce tapped the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Tonight marks a new chapter for Russell Corp. I caught Mark's eye across the room. He nodded slightly, phone ready. Before we begin, Bruce continued, I'd like to address the recent rumors about our company. They are, of course, completely false. In fact, the lights went out. When they came back on seconds later, the giant screens behind Bruce weren't showing his prepared presentation. Instead, documents began scrolling. Bank statements, emails, contracts. 2 decades of corruption exposed in high definition. What is this? Bruce demanded, but his microphone had gone dead. Mine, however, worked perfectly. The truth, Bruce. My voice rang through the ballroom as I walked toward the stage. Every dirty deal, every destroyed company, every life you've ruined, all of it, documented and verified. "Security," Bruce shouted. "They're not your security anymore," Cade called out, emerging from the crowd. "The board voted an hour ago. You're out, Bruce." Patrick surged forward. "This is illegal. You can't—" "Actually, we can." John stepped up, holding a tablet. "Especially with your signed confession." Patrick's face went white. "I never signed anything." "No," I smiled, "but your wife did, after we showed her proof of your affair with her sister. Amazing what people will reveal when they're angry." Reporters were going crazy, cameras flashing, questions flying. Bruce grabbed my arm. "You think you've won?" he hissed. "I still own everything." "The prenup is void," Mark interrupted, joining us on stage. "Because you committed fraud when you altered it after signing. Remember, Father, I found the original." Bruce's grip tightened. "You ungrateful—" "Let her go." Evangeline's voice cut through the chaos. She strode forward, phone recording. "Unless you want assault added to your charges." He released me, looking around wildly as his world crumbled. Board members were already talking to the press. Patrick was being led away by security. The screens kept scrolling, showing proof of every crime, every manipulation. "You don't understand," Bruce pleaded, his composure finally breaking. "I built this company." "No," I corrected him. "You stole this company. Just like you stole Mark's mother's company. Just like you tried to steal my dreams." I turned to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Destiny, CEO of Phoenix Technologies, the company that's been outperforming Russell Corp for the past year." The room erupted. Bruce lunged for me, but Mark intercepted him. "It's over, Father," Mark said firmly. "The board has voted. The police are waiting outside. Walk out with dignity or be dragged out. Your choice." Bruce straightened his tie, his mask of control slipping back into place. "You'll regret this. All of you." "No," I said softly. "The only regret here is that it took so long to stop you." As security escorted Bruce out, reporters swarmed the stage. Questions flew from every direction. Did Bruce really destroy his daughter-in-law's company? How long has Phoenix Technologies been operating in secret? "Mr. Russell, did you know about your wife's company?" Mark took my hand, facing the cameras. "My wife built something amazing while fighting against systematic oppression and manipulation. She's not just a CEO, she's a revolution." Marley appeared with champagne. "The board wants to talk to you both. They're voting on new leadership in 10 minutes. I turned to Mark. "Are you ready for this?" "Together," he smiled, "we can rebuild everything. The right way this time." The next hour passed in a blur of interviews, congratulations, and board meetings. By midnight, it was official. Mark and I would co-lead the merged companies, with a board selected for ethics and innovation, rather than loyalty to Bruce. As the crowd thinned, I found a moment alone on the balcony. My phone buzzed one last time. The anonymous number. "Justice served. Your mother-in-law would be proud. M." I smiled, finally understanding who had been helping us all along. Mark's mother wasn't dead as Bruce had claimed. She'd been watching, waiting, helping us expose the truth. "Destiny." Mark joined me outside. "The press wants one more statement." I looked at my husband, seeing him clearly for the first time, not as Bruce's son, but as his mother's child, strong, ethical, ready to right old wrongs. "Let's give them something to remember," I said, taking his hand. Together, we walked back into the light, leaving Bruce's empire of shadows behind us. The game was over. Truth had won. And somewhere out there, a woman who'd lost everything was finally seeing justice served. The morning sun streamed through my office window, my real office, not the hidden one in the guest house. On my desk, newspapers splashed headlines about Bruce's arrest and the corporate merger. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the gala. "Your 9 o'clock is here," my assistant announced through the intercom. "Send her in." The door opened, and I stood, my heart racing. A woman with Mark's eyes entered, elegant, poised, and very much alive. Margaret, I breathed. Hello, Destiny. She smiled, the same smile I'd seen in old photos. I believe we have a lot to discuss. We sat in the comfortable chairs by the window rather than at my desk. Professional barriers seemed pointless now. The anonymous texts, I said. That was you. Among other things. She pulled out a familiar USB drive. I've spent years gathering evidence against Bruce, waiting for someone strong enough to use it. Why didn't you come forward sooner? Bruce's threats weren't empty. He had proof of certain questionable decisions I made trying to save my company. If I surfaced, he would have destroyed more than just me. A knock interrupted us. Mark entered, freezing when he saw his mother. Mum? The reunion that followed brought tears to my eyes. Mother and son embracing, years of separation dissolving in moments. I'm so sorry, Margaret whispered to Mark. I wanted to tell you, but I understand now, he said. After seeing what Father did to Destiny, I understand everything. My phone buzzed. Marley. Bruce is requesting a meeting. Says he has one last deal to offer. I showed the message to Margaret and Mark. Go, Margaret said firmly. End this properly. The prison visiting room was cold and stark. Bruce sat waiting, orange jumpsuit replacing his designer suits, but his arrogance remained intact. Destiny, he nodded as I sat. I see Margaret's resurfaced. Your last play failed, Bruce. What do you want? To make a deal. I have other accounts, other resources. Help reduce my sentence, and half of it is yours. I laughed. You still don't get it, do you? This was never about money. Then what? He leaned forward. Revenge? Power? Don't pretend you're better than me. No, Bruce. This was about justice. For Margaret, for every woman you've tried to control, for every dream you've crushed. Dreams? He scoffed. I built an empire. And now you'll watch from in here as we transform it into something better. I stood. Goodbye, Bruce. Wait! His composure cracked. Please, Mark's all I have left. You lost Mark the moment you tried to make him choose between his mother's memory and your control. I turned back at the door. By the way, I'm pregnant. Your grandchild will never know you existed. Back at the office, I found Cade waiting with Marley and John. Board approved the new structure, Cade reported. You and Mark as co-CEOs, Margaret heading the charitable foundation. And Evangeline, I asked. Agreed to the merger terms. She's taking Asia operations. My office door opened again. Patrick's wife entered, holding more documents. Found these in his private safe, she said. Thought you might want them for the prosecution. Thank you, Sandra. I took the files. The foundation's legal team will handle your divorce pro bono. She smiled tearfully. Thank you for helping me find my courage. As the day wound down, I found myself back in my office with Mark and Margaret. The press wants interviews, Mark said. Stories of redemption, women in business, corporate reform. Let them wait, Margaret replied. Family comes first. Isn't that right, Destiny? I touched my stomach, still flat, but holding our future. Yes, family first, but on our terms this time. Speaking of terms, Mark pulled out an envelope. I had our lawyers draw something up. Inside was a new contract, not a prenup, but a partnership agreement. Equal shares, equal power, equal respect. No more secrets, Mark said. No more hidden agendas. No more hiding, I agreed, signing the document. Margaret took it next, signing as witness. Now, about my grandchild. We laughed, the sound echoing through an office that had seen too many dark deals and not enough joy. My phone buzzed one last time. Marley had sent a photo of Bruce's empty office being transformed into a women's mentorship center. Ready to build something new? Mark asked, taking my hand. I looked at my family. Not the one I'd married into, but the one we'd forged through truth and trust. Margaret, who'd lost everything but gained it back through patience and courage. Mark, who'd chosen love over power. Our unborn child, who would inherit a legacy of strength rather than manipulation. Yes, I said, let's build something extraordinary. Together, we walk toward the future, not as Russell Corp's heirs, but as architects of change. Bruce's empire had fallen, but from its ashes, we would rise stronger, wiser, and unafraid. The game was over. Life was just beginning.
The smell of it, that intoxicating blend of new plastic, fresh upholstery, and something vaguely like ambition, was the first thing that hit me. I ran my hand over the cool, smooth dashboard of my brand new car, the stardust blue paint gleaming under the weak afternoon sun. My car. Mine. After 10 years of working myself to the bone, of scrimping and saving, of putting everyone else's needs before my own, this beautiful machine was finally, unequivocally mine. My name's Lexi, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I'd done something purely for myself. I leaned back into the driver's seat, the leather sighing softly. This wasn't just a car, it was a statement, a four-wheeled declaration of independence. I thought of all the times I'd handed over my savings. There was the investment opportunity for Dad that went bust, costing me nearly $5,000. Then Kyle, my younger brother, needed his rent covered just this once, a phrase that repeated itself like a broken record for 6 months. And Mom? Oh, Mom always had a reason why my paycheck was better suited to fixing the leaky roof, or paying for a new washing machine, or covering an unexpected bill, always with the gentle, guilt-inducing reminder that family helps family. I was the family ATM, the reliable safety net, always there to catch them. But this car, this was different. This was for Lexi. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I glanced at the caller ID. Mom. A tiny knot formed in my stomach, an old, familiar tightening. I almost let it go to voicemail, wanting to bask in my new car glow a little longer, but the second call came immediately after. That usually meant urgent. Hi, Mom, I answered, trying to keep the joy in my voice. Lexi, thank goodness. We need you to come over, right now. It's an emergency. Her voice was tight with a forced panic I knew all too well. An emergency? What's wrong? Is everyone okay? Just come, Lexi, now, and bring your father with you if he's home from work yet. He wasn't. I knew his schedule. Dad's not back for another hour. What's happened? It's Kyle, she said, her voice cracking. Please, just hurry. The knot in my stomach tightened into a full-blown fist. Kyle. It was always Kyle. I drove my beautiful new car, the one I'd owned for precisely 7 hours, to my parents' house, a growing sense of dread eclipsing the earlier euphoria. They were all there when I walked in. Mom, Dad, who must have been called home early, and Kyle. Mom was dabbing her eyes with a tissue, her face a mask of theatrical sorrow. Dad stood by the fireplace, looking grim and avoiding my gaze, his usual passive stance when Mom was on a mission. Kyle was slumped on the sofa, pale and looking genuinely miserable, which, to be fair, wasn't entirely out of character for him when he wasn't getting his way. Lexi, thank God you're here, Mom began, her voice trembling. It's Kyle. What is it? What's wrong with him? I asked, looking at my brother, who was staring at his hands. He needs an emergency surgery, honey, Mom choked out, fresh tears welling. A very serious one. The doctors, they said it's urgent. Dad cleared his throat. Very urgent, Lexi. My heart sank. Surgery? For what? What happened? Kyle mumbled something about a rare condition and sudden complications. It was all incredibly vague. Mom stepped forward, taking my hands. Her grip was surprisingly strong. We don't have the money, Lexi. You know how things are. We've looked everywhere. Tried everything. Her eyes, red-rimmed and pleading, locked onto mine. That new car of yours. You'll have to sell it. The words hit me like a physical blow. Sell my car? The one I'd just bought? The symbol of my hard-won freedom? What? Mom, I just got it. It's just a car, Lexi, she cried, her voice rising in pitch. Family is more important. Your brother, he needs this. We need you to do this for him, for us. Kyle looked up then, his eyes wide and filled with a carefully crafted desperation. Please, Lexi, I don't know what else to do. Dad finally spoke again, his voice heavy. It's the only way, sweetheart. The doctors need the payment up front for this kind of procedure. I looked from my mother's tear-streaked face to my father's solemn nod, to Kyle's pathetic expression. The air in the room was thick with expectation, with the unspoken weight of years of my compliance. It was a perfectly orchestrated performance, and I was the unwilling audience, the designated donor. Your brother's life is at stake, Mom wailed, clutching her chest as if she might collapse. The familiar vice of guilt tightened around my heart, squeezing the air from my lungs. Sell my car. My beautiful, brand new car. For Kyle. Again. Would I do it? The unspoken question hung heavy in the air, their eyes boring into me, waiting. Sleep didn't come that night. I tossed and turned, Mom's tearful plea echoing in my ears. Your brother's life is at stake. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the stardust blue paint, felt the smooth steering wheel, and then the image would shatter, replaced by Kyle's pale face. The pressure started before sunrise. My phone lit up with a text from Mom. Thinking of you, honey. Know you'll do the right thing. Love you. XOXO. It was followed by another an hour later. Kyle had a rough night. So worried. Then Dad chimed in. Lexi, your mother is beside herself. We need to sort this quickly. I finally texted back a generic. I need some time to think. This is a lot. Mom called instantly. Time? Lexi, what is there to think about? This is Kyle, your brother. I know, Mom. It's a big decision. Selling my car, I just bought it. A car can be replaced, your brother cannot, she snapped, the desperation in her voice now laced with an edge of impatience. We're counting on you. Later that morning, I went over to their house, ostensibly to discuss things. Kyle was in the living room, flicking through channels, a bowl of cereal in his lap. He looked surprisingly normal. Hey, I said, my voice flat. Oh, hey, Lexi, he mumbled, not looking up from the TV. Mom said you were coming. How are you feeling? I asked, trying to sound concerned, trying to push down the resentment that was already starting to bubble. Not great, he said, finally glancing at me. This whole thing, it's a nightmare. He winced, a little too dramatically, as he shifted on the couch. So, what exactly is this condition? Mom was pretty upset, didn't get all the details. He waved a vague hand. Oh, it's complicated. Some rare internal thing. Dr. Peterson said it's aggressive. Dr. Peterson? Is he a specialist? Yeah, top guy. Mom found him. He took a large bite of cereal. For a man facing emergency surgery for an aggressive, rare condition, his appetite seemed pretty robust. As he turned back to the TV, I caught it, just for a split second, when he thought I wasn't looking directly at him, a tiny, almost imperceptible smirk. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, but I saw it. My stomach churned. I left soon after, the image of that smirk replaying in my mind. I needed to talk to someone who wasn't emotionally invested, someone who could see things clearly. I called Serenity, my best friend. Serenity? You free to talk? For you, Lexi. Always. What's up? You sound off. I spilled everything, the new car, the sudden family meeting, the demand to sell it for Kyle's emergency surgery. There was a long pause on the other end. Wow, Serenity finally said. Just wow. An emergency surgery that conveniently costs exactly one new car? I know, it sounds bad when I say it like that, but Mom was so upset and Kyle looked. Lexi, Serenity interrupted gently. When has Kyle not needed bailing out? And when has your mom not been able to cry on cue to get what she wants from you? I'm sorry, but this stinks. What kind of surgery is it? What hospital? Which doctor? Specifically, did they show you any paperwork, any diagnostic reports? Well, no, I admitted. It all happened so fast. Kyle said it was some rare condition, Dr. Peterson. Mom found him. Dr. Peterson? Serenity echoed. Lexi, you need to ask more questions. Specific questions. Don't just roll over again. This is your car, your money, your life you put on hold for them countless times. If it's real, fine. But if it's not, her words resonated, validating the tiny, niggling doubt that Kyle's smirk had planted. You're right, I said, a new resolve hardening in my voice. I need to know more. I decided to head back to my parents' house, armed with Serenity's advice. I'd ask for the doctor's full name, the hospital, details about the condition. As I walked up the driveway, I could hear Mom's voice through the slightly open living room window. She was on the phone, her tone hushed but urgent. Yes, everything's going according to plan, she was saying. I froze, my hand halfway to the doorbell. She's wavering a bit, but she'll come round. She always does. A pause, then, no, don't you worry about that. Just stick to the story, Kyle. It's almost in the bag. My blood ran cold. Kyle? She was talking to Kyle? She must have heard my footsteps on the porch because her voice changed abruptly. Oh, gotta go, dear. Talk later. Click. I pushed the door open slowly. Mom was standing there, phone in hand, a flustered look on her face. Lexi, I didn't hear you come in. Who were you talking to, Mom? I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. Oh, just an old friend, she said, a little too quickly, avoiding my eyes. Catching up. But I'd heard her. Stick to the story, Kyle. The seed of doubt didn't just sprout, it shot up like a weed, its roots twisting around my heart. Stick to the story, Kyle. The words replayed in my head, a sickening loop. An old friend? No. My mother was a terrible liar when caught off guard. That hushed conspiratorial tone was reserved for family schemes, usually involving how to get Kyle out of his latest mess. This time, I was the mess they were trying to fix with my car money. I didn't confront her then. What was the point? She'd just deny it, cry, and turn it back on me, making me the villain for doubting her, for not trusting my own family. Instead, a cold sort of clarity settled over me. If they had a story, I needed to find the truth. That evening, I sat at my laptop, the glow of the screen illuminating my determined face. Dr. Peterson, Kyle had said, top guy. I started searching online. Dr. Peterson, rare internal conditions. Dr. Peterson, surgical specialist, our city. Pages and pages of doctors named Peterson appeared, but none specializing in anything remotely like Kyle's vague description. I tried variations, adding aggressive conditions, emergency, internal surgery. Nothing. It was like searching for a ghost. Frustration gnawed at me. If this Dr. Peterson was so renowned, why was he impossible to find? Unless he didn't exist. Or at least not in the context Kyle and Mom were selling. I leaned back, thinking. What else did I know? Kyle. He was always into something, some new get-rich-quick scheme, some fleeting obsession. Recently, he'd been unusually quiet about his activities, which, in hindsight, was a red flag. Then I remembered something. A few weeks ago, during a rare family dinner I actually attended, he'd been glued to his phone, scrolling endlessly. I'd caught a glimpse of turquoise waters and white sandy beaches. What are you looking at, Kyle? I'd asked. Oh, nothing. Just some travel stuff. He'd mumbled, quickly pocketing his phone. Travel stuff. It was a long shot, but I was running out of ideas. I opened his rarely used public social media profile. He wasn't an avid poster, mostly just old pictures from high school and a few shared memes, but under his liked pages, one caught my eye. It was recent. Bali Dreams luxury villas. My heart gave a little thump. Bali? That was a long way from an emergency surgery in our city. Curiosity, now a burning fire, pushed me further. I looked at his friends list. He hadn't added anyone new in ages, but there was one recent addition, Marco the jet-setter Diaz. I clicked on Marco's profile. It was plastered with pictures of exotic locations, testimonials from happy clients, and advertisements for bespoke travel experiences. Marco was a travel agent specializing in high-end luxury packages. My breath hitched. This couldn't be a coincidence. Bali, a luxury travel agent. I scrolled through Marco's public posts, my eyes scanning for any connection to Kyle. It was mostly generic travel promotions. Then I saw it. A post from about a week ago showcasing a stunning villa in Seminyak, Bali. Who's ready for paradise? Limited spots available for our exclusive Bali Bliss package. And there, in the comments section, almost buried under a dozen inquiries, was a comment from Kyle. My blood turned to ice. It was a deleted comment, but the platform had that annoying feature where you could sometimes see cached versions if you were quick or lucky. and I was. Clear as day. Counting down the days. This is going to be epic. Can't wait, Marco. The timestamp on the comment was from 5 days ago. 5 days. Just 2 days before Mom called me about Kyle's emergency surgery. I stared at the screen, the words blurring, counting down the days. Not for a life-saving operation, not for recovery, for an epic trip to Bali. The pieces clicked together with a sickening thud. The vague illness, the non-existent doctor, the sudden need for a huge sum of cash. It wasn't for a surgery. It was for a vacation. A luxury vacation. A wave of nausea washed over me. My own brother, my own mother, possibly my father too, were trying to trick me into funding Kyle's lavish holiday by selling the one thing I'd bought for myself after years of bailing them out. The sheer audacity of it, the cold-blooded manipulation, it was staggering. The guilt I'd felt, the sleepless nights, the worry, all of it manufactured. All a lie. Counting down the days. This is going to be epic, Kyle's words burned into my brain. Bali, not a hospital bed. The casual cruelty of it, the blatant disregard for me, for my sacrifices, sent a tremor of rage through me. This wasn't just about a car anymore. This was about years of being their fallback, their endless resource, their fool. The Bali comment was damning, but I needed more. I needed to understand the why. Why this elaborate charade? Kyle was irresponsible, yes, but this level of deceit, involving Mom so deeply, felt bigger. I thought about all the loans I'd given Kyle over the years. Car trouble, rent shortfall, unexpected bill. Each time, a vague excuse, a desperate plea. Each time, I'd coughed up the cash, telling myself it was the last time. How much had I given him in total? The thought made me sick. My mind raced. Where would Kyle keep financial information? He was notoriously disorganized, careless. Then I remembered the shared family cloud storage. Mom had set it up years ago to share photos, but everyone had dumped random files in there. Kyle, especially, used it as a digital junk drawer. It was a long shot, but worth a look. I logged in, my fingers flying across the keyboard. The cloud drive was a mess of old holiday snaps, scanned school reports, and outdated software installers. I navigated to Kyle's folder, a chaotic jumble of poorly named files. I started opening documents randomly. Old essays, blurry concert photos. Then I saw it. A folder titled Statements. My heart hammered against my ribs. Inside, there were several PDF files. Recent credit card statements, Kyle's credit card statements. He must have saved them to the cloud and forgotten, or maybe he thought no one would ever look. I clicked open the most recent one, the screen filled with a long list of transactions. My eyes scanned the page, and then I saw them, charge after charge to names I vaguely recognized as online casinos. Royal Flush Casino, Spin City Slots, Lucky, Bet Online. Not small amounts either, hundreds, sometimes thousands in a single day. The balance at the bottom of the statement was a staggering negative number, deep into 5 figures. I felt the blood drain from my face. Gambling, he was gambling, heavily. The emergency surgery money wasn't for a medical procedure, and it clearly wasn't just for a Bali trip. It was to cover massive gambling debts. The trip was probably his twisted idea of a reward for what? For successfully conning his own sister? The anger that had been simmering now boiled over. This wasn't just entitlement. This was a dangerous addiction, and they were trying to make me pay for it. Literally. The next day, I saw Kyle lounging on the porch when I dropped off some mail for my parents. I decided to test the waters. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice casual. "So, about this surgery fund. I was thinking, instead of selling the car outright, maybe I could look into a personal loan. Might be quicker, less hassle than finding a buyer right away." His head snapped up. His eyes, usually lazy and indifferent, were suddenly sharp, alert. "A loan? Why would you do that? Selling the car is straightforward. Mom and Dad said it's the best way." "Yeah, but loans can be quick too," I pressed. "The bank would need some details, of course. The hospital name, the exact procedure, itemized costs. You know, paperwork." Kyle shot to his feet, his face paling. "No, no banks, Lexi. It'll take too long. There are complications with paperwork. It's a special case. Just sell the car. Sell it fast. Don't complicate things." He was visibly agitated, almost frantic. He practically ran inside. His reaction told me everything I needed to know. He was terrified of anyone looking too closely, of any official scrutiny. That night, fueled by a cold fury, I went back to the cloud drive, back to Kyle's statements folder. I dug deeper, opening older files, anything that might give me a fuller picture. And then I found it, tucked away in a subfolder named Travel Docs. Not a statement, but something else. An email confirmation, saved as a PDF. My breath caught in my throat. It was a fully paid travel itinerary, 2 round-trip business class tickets to Denpasar, Bali, a 2-week stay at the Bali Dreams luxury villas, the same place he'd liked on social media. Departure date, the week after his supposed emergency surgery. And the second ticket? It wasn't for mom or dad, it was for someone named Chloe R. I didn't know any Chloe R. 2 tickets, gambling debts, a luxury vacation for 2, all hinging on the sale of my car. The sheer, calculated audacity of it stole my breath away. This wasn't just a lie, it was a meticulously crafted con, and I was the mark. 2 tickets to Bali, for Kyle and some mysterious Chloe R. The image of them lounging by a private pool, sipping cocktails bought with my money while I was left carless and betrayed, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. The gambling debts explained the desperation for cash, but the Bali trip, that was pure, unadulterated entitlement. And Mom, how deep was she in this? Stick to the story, Kyle. Her words echoed. She knew. She had to know. I remembered a conversation from last year. A distant cousin had gotten into some financial trouble overseas, and Mom had been surprisingly knowledgeable about the intricacies of wiring large sums of money internationally. You have to be careful with the transfer codes, Lexi, she'd said sagely, and the receiving bank details need to be exact. At the time, I'd thought nothing of it. Now it seemed chillingly relevant. I needed to know for sure. I decided to set a small trap for Mom. The next morning, I called her. Mom? Hi, I've been thinking more about the car. I began, trying to sound hesitant, conflicted. Oh, Lexi, thank goodness. Her relief was palpable. Have you decided? We really need to move on this. Well, I was talking to my bank, I lied smoothly, about a loan, like I mentioned to Kyle. They said they could potentially expedite it, but they need a lot of information. The specific surgical codes, the hospital's international billing department, a letter from this Dr. Peterson. Silence on the other end. Then Mom's voice, tight and strained. Alone, Lexi? I told you that's not a good idea. It's too complicated. There are privacy issues with sharing that kind of medical data with banks. Privacy issues? Mom, it's a standard procedure for medical loans. They need to verify. No! She cut me off, her voice sharp, almost panicked. Absolutely not. Don't involve the banks, Lexi. It will just slow everything down, create red tape. We will handle all the details with the clinic. You just need to get the money from the car sale. We'll take care of the rest. It's better that way, cleaner. Cleaner? I echoed, a cold knot forming in my stomach. What do you mean, cleaner? Just simpler, darling. Trust me on this. We know what we're doing. Her panic was practically screaming through the phone. She was desperate to keep banks and any official oversight far away from this surgery. Trust her? The irony was a bitter pill. After I hung up, the house felt suffocating. I needed air and I needed more answers. Mom was clearly in on the Bali trip, at least to some extent. But how involved? I remembered she sometimes used Dad's old tablet for browsing recipes or playing games. Dad rarely used it anymore, and Kyle sometimes borrowed it, being notoriously careless with his own devices. Maybe, just maybe, Mom had used it for something related to this. I found the tablet on the kitchen counter under a pile of mail. I powered it on. It went straight to the home screen. No password. I opened the email app. Dad's account was logged in, but there was another icon for Mom's email. I clicked it. My heart pounded. Her inbox was mostly newsletters and store promotions. I typed Bali into the search bar, and there it was. A chain of emails between Julia Davis, my mother, and Marco, the jet-setter Diaz. My hands trembled as I opened the first one. It was from Marco, dated 3 weeks ago. Bali Bliss package inquiry. Mom's reply. Thank you, Marco. The package sounds wonderful. My son is very excited. Can we discuss payment options? A deposit now and the balance in, say, 4 weeks? Marco's response outlined installment plans. Mom had replied, confirming she would arrange the deposit. There were further emails discussing flight preferences, villa upgrades. He'd like the one with the private infinity pool, if possible, and dietary restrictions for Mr. Kyle Davis and his guest. I scrolled through the messages, each word a fresh stab of betrayal. She wasn't just aware, she was actively facilitating it, booking his luxury vacation, discussing payment plans, ensuring he got the infinity pool, all while preparing to emotionally blackmail me into funding it with a fabricated medical emergency. The cold fury I'd felt before now had a sharp edge of grief. This was my mother. I felt like I was going to be sick. I closed the email app, my mind reeling. How could she? How could they both do this to me? Dad, was he just passively going along, or was he in on it too? His silence, his grave nods. Were they part of the act? I almost missed it. As I was about to put the tablet down, a notification pinged. A text message, not to Mom's number, but to Dad's, which was still linked to the tablet's messaging app. Kyle often used Dad's tablet to text if his own phone was dead or out of credit. I tapped it open. It was from Dad, sent to Kyle just 2 days ago, the day after the family meeting. Your mother and I have smoothed things over with Henderson. The car money should cover the rest and your trip. Don't mess this up. Henderson. I vaguely remembered Kyle mentioning that name in connection with some misunderstanding a few months back. A creditor. A bookie, most likely. Smoothed things over. The car money should cover the rest in your trip. My father. Not just a silent, passive enabler. He was an active participant. He knew about the gambling debts. He knew about the trip. He knew the entire emergency surgery was a lie. He and Mom were in this together, orchestrating the whole damn thing. The blanket of silent agreement wasn't just complicity, it was a cover for active, calculated scheming. The family I thought I had, the parents I thought, despite everything, loved me. They were gone, replaced by these cold, manipulative strangers. Don't mess this up. Dad's words to Kyle, the final, brutal piece of the puzzle, slammed into place. It wasn't just Mom and Kyle. It was all three of them, a united front of deceit, with me as their target, their piggy bank. The casualness of his message, the smoothed things over with Henderson, as if discussing a minor household repair, was what broke me. The grief I'd felt at Mom's betrayal now encompassed my father too, a hollow ache where respect and affection used to be. But underneath the pain, something else was stirring. A chilling calm, the kind of calm that comes when you've hit rock bottom and realize the only way out is up, and over anyone who tries to stop you. They thought they could play me, manipulate me with crocodile tears and fabricated emergencies one last time. They were wrong. I spent the next 2 days meticulously gathering my ammunition. My apartment transformed into a war room. I took screenshots of Kyle's boastful comment on Marco the Jet Setter's page, the Bali Dreams Luxury Villas website, and the cached version of his deleted post. I printed the credit card statements from the shared cloud, highlighting the casino charges. I carefully photographed the email exchange between Mom and Marco on Dad's tablet, ensuring the dates and sender details were crystal clear. And Dad's text message to Kyle? I took multiple pictures of that from different angles just to be sure. Each piece of evidence was a nail in the coffin of their lies. Serenity came over, her eyes wide as I laid out the damning proof on my coffee table. Lexi, I don't even have words, she breathed, picking up the printout of Mom's email about the infinity pool. They're unbelievable. Tell me about it, I said, my voice devoid of emotion. They've called another family meeting for Saturday, at their house. Aunt Olive and Uncle Pierce are going to be there. Serenity raised an eyebrow. Reinforcements? Trying to publicly shame you into compliance? Exactly. They think they can corner me, use the extended family to pressure me into selling the car and handing over the cash. No more questions asked. So what are you going to do? Serenity asked, though her eyes already held a spark of anticipation. She knew me. A small, cold smile touched my lips. I'm going to attend, and I'm going to give them my final answer. Serenity grinned. Oh, this is going to be good. You need a presentation. Something undeniable. Together, we organized the evidence. We scanned the printouts and photos, creating a digital folder. Serenity, who was much more tech savvy than me, helped me set up a small portable projector I'd forgotten I even owned, a relic from a college presentation. We tested it against my living room wall, the damning emails and texts appearing large and undeniable. Perfect, Serenity said, nodding with satisfaction. No way they can wriggle out of this. As the week progressed, Mom kept up the pressure with saccharine texts. Counting on you, sweetie. Kyle's not doing well. Dad remained silent, probably thinking his part was done. Kyle, however, couldn't resist a bit of gloating. The night before the scheduled gathering, my phone buzzed. A text from Kyle. Hope you're ready to do the right thing tomorrow. Wouldn't want to disappoint Mom and Dad or me. The winking emoji was like a red rag to a bull. Disappoint them? Oh, they had no idea. I picked up the slim folder containing hard copies of the most crucial evidence, the portable projector, tucked into my bag beside it. I looked at my reflection in the darkened window. The hurt was still there, a dull ache in my chest, but it was overshadowed by a steely resolve. I wasn't the dutiful, guilt-ridden daughter anymore. They had killed her. What stood there now was someone they wouldn't recognize. Someone who was about to turn their carefully constructed world upside down. Oh, I'm ready, I murmured to the empty room, a grim smile playing on my lips. I'm more ready than you'll ever know. The family I mourned was an illusion. The family I was about to confront was a pack of con artists. And tomorrow the show would finally be over. My show. The air in my parents' living room was thick enough to slice with a knife. Aunt Olive sat on the armchair, looking concerned, occasionally patting Mom's hand. Uncle Pierce stood by the window, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Mom, naturally, was already dabbing at her eyes with a crumpled tissue, her voice trembling as she recounted Kyle's brave struggle. Dad stood beside her, a pillar of solemn, silent support, occasionally nodding gravely. Kyle lounged on the sofa, trying to look wan and worried, but I could see the impatience flickering in his eyes. He just wanted this over with, so he could get his money. My money. They went through the motions, Mom delivering a heartfelt monologue about family loyalty, sacrifice, and how blood is thicker than water. It was a performance worthy of an award if awards were given for emotional manipulation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of carefully crafted guilt tripping, Mom turned to me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. So, Lexi, darling, she said, her voice soft and pleading, have you thought about it? About Kyle? About your family? Will you do this one thing for us? Will you sell the car? All eyes in the room turned to me. The expectation was a physical weight. This was it. Showtime. I took a slow breath, letting the silence stretch for a beat. Then I met Mom's gaze, my own expression calm, almost serene. Yes, Mom, I said. I have given this a lot of thought. A whole lot of thought. And in the process, I've discovered some things. A flicker of unease crossed Mom's face. Kyle sat up a little straighter. Discovered things? Dad asked, his brow furrowing. What do you mean, Lexi? Well, I said, reaching into my bag and pulling out the small projector. Instead of just telling you, why don't I show you? I placed the projector on the coffee table, aimed it at the large, blank wall opposite the sofa, and switched it on. The room lights were already dim, creating the perfect canvas. The first image that flashed onto the wall was a screenshot of Kyle's social media page. His comment, counting down the days, this is going to be epic, highlighted in red under Marco, the jet setter's Bali post. A confused murmur went through the room. Aunt Olive leaned forward, squinting. What's this, Lexi? Mom asked, her voice suddenly less tearful, more wary. That, I said, my voice clear and steady, is Kyle, expressing his excitement for his upcoming luxury vacation to Bali, posted just days before his emergency surgery was announced. Kyle jumped to his feet. What the hell, Lexi? That's out of context. That's old. Is it, Kyle? I clicked to the next image, the fully paid itinerary for 2 business class tickets to Bali, names Kyle Davis and Chloe R., clearly visible, along with the dates for the 2-week stay at Bali Dreams luxury villas, departing the week after his supposed surgery. Gasps rippled through the room. Aunt Olive's hand flew to her mouth. Uncle Pierce uncrossed his arms, his expression hardening. Bali, Aunt Olive whispered, looking from the screen to Mom, then to Kyle. Mom's face was rapidly losing color. Lexi, I don't understand what you're trying to do. Oh, I think you do, Mom, I said, clicking again. The next image was one of Kyle's credit card statements, the charges to Royal Flush Casino and Spin City Slots circled, the massive negative balance highlighted. This is where the money for the surgery is really needed, isn't it? To cover Kyle's gambling debts. Kyle's face contorted with rage. You went through my stuff? You left it on a shared family drive, Kyle, I replied coolly. Careless. Then I showed the emails. Mom's correspondence with Marco the jet setter, her inquiries about payment plans for Kyle's Bali trip, her request for the villa with the private infinity pool. Mom stared at the wall, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. She looked ashen. Dad looked like he'd seen a ghost, his face pale and slack-jawed. Julia? Aunt Olive said, her voice trembling with disbelief. You knew about this trip? You helped book it? Before Mom could stammer a reply, I clicked to the final image. Dad's text message to Kyle. Your mother and I have smoothed things over with Henderson. The car money should cover the rest on your trip. Don't mess this up. The silence in the room was absolute, save for Mom's ragged breathing. Aunt Olive looked utterly horrified, staring at my father with wide, shocked eyes. Uncle Pierce just shook his head slowly, a look of profound disappointment on his face. Kyle's smugness had completely dissolved, replaced first by panic, then by pure, unadulterated fury. He lunged towards me, his face a mask of rage. You little bitch! He screamed. You ruined everything! Uncle Pierce moved surprisingly fast for a man his size, grabbing Kyle's arm and yanking him back. That's enough, Kyle! Mom finally found her voice, a pathetic, broken stammer. Lexi, how could you? We're your families. I looked her dead in the eye of the years of resentment, of being used and manipulated, hardening my gaze. No, I said, my voice cold and final. You're not. Not anymore. I bent down, picked up my car keys from the coffee table where I'd placed them earlier, and straightened up. The jingle of the keys was the loudest sound in the stunned room. This, I said, holding up the keys, is my final answer. I didn't wait for a response. I turned on my heel and walked out of that suffocating living room, out of that house filled with lies and shattered illusions. Each step felt lighter than the last. Behind me, I could hear the eruption, Kyle's continued yelling, Mom's hysterical sobs, Aunt Olive's shocked exclamations. But it all sounded distant, like a badly tuned radio station I was finally leaving behind. The click of my car door unlocking was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. I slid into the driver's seat, the new car smell of balm to my frayed nerves. As I started the engine, the smooth hum felt like a promise of peace. I pulled away from the curb, not once looking back in the rearview mirror. There was nothing there I wanted to see. An overwhelming wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy. It was done. The truth was out. I hadn't just saved my car. I'd saved myself. This lightness was quickly followed by a sharp pang of sorrow, not for the people I'd left behind in that room, but for the family I'd always wished I had, the one that existed only in my naive hopes. But there was no regret, not a single ounce. The drive back to my apartment was quiet. I opened the windows, letting the cool evening air whip through my hair, carrying away the last vestiges of their toxicity. When I got home, I made myself a cup of tea and just sat, letting the silence of my own space envelop me. It felt good. Safe. The next day, my phone rang. It was Aunt Olive. Lexi, dear, she began, her voice subdued. I just wanted to call. Are you all right? I am, Aunt Olive. Surprisingly, all right, I said. What happened yesterday? I'm still in shock. Your mother and father, and Kyle. I had no idea. There was a pause. Pierce and I left soon after you did. It wasn't pretty. Julia was beside herself, but not with remorse. More with fury that you'd exposed them. Aaron just looked broken. And Kyle? Well, Kyle was Kyle. I can imagine, I said dryly. Lexi, she continued, her voice softer. I know this must be incredibly painful for you, but for what it's worth, you did the right thing. You were brave. Her words meant more than she knew. Thank you, Aunt Olive. That means a lot. We're still family, Lexi, if you ever need anything. I appreciate that, I said, and I truly did. But I also knew I needed distance. A lot of it. Over the next few weeks, snippets of information trickled back to me, mostly through Serenity, who had a knack for hearing things on the family grapevine that Aunt Olive was too polite to share directly. Kyle's gambling debts, no longer a secret, had apparently attracted the attention of some rather unpleasant people. Henderson, it turned out, wasn't the only one he owed. Without my car money to bail him out, he was in serious trouble. Creditors were apparently hounding him, and the Bali trip with Chloe R. was definitely off the table. Good. Mom and Dad were facing their own kind of music. The public exposure at the family gathering had been humiliating. They'd lost face with everyone, especially with Aunt Olive and Uncle Pierce, whose good opinion they'd always valued. The social shame was apparently immense. Financially, without my contributions, they were struggling to cover Kyle's ever-expanding mess and their own lifestyle, which I now realized I'd been subsidizing for years. Karma, I thought, could be a beautiful thing. I didn't hear from them directly. No tearful apologies, no angry recriminations. Just silence. And honestly, the silence was a gift. I focused on myself. I drove my car, windows down, music playing, just because I could. I reconnected with friends I'd neglected because family emergencies always took precedence. I started a new hobby. I poured my energy into my work, and for the first time, my paycheck felt entirely my own. The revenge of exposing them had been undeniably satisfying, but the true victory was this: my freedom, my self-respect, my life reclaimed. Looking back, I don't think I'll ever truly forgive them, not in the way people expect. Forgiveness, in this case, felt like an invitation for them to hurt me again. But I found peace in the distance, in the firm boundaries I'd finally erected. Sometimes severing ties isn't a failure, it's an act of profound self-love. The consequences of their deceit had finally caught up with them, and I was no longer there to cushion the blow. My rearview mirror was clear now, and the road ahead, my road, looked bright.
I stood frozen in my kitchen, staring at my phone as if it had just burst into flames. 3 missed calls from Mom, 2 from Dad, and a single text from my sister Valeria that would shatter my world. He proposed. I said yes. Can't wait to tell you everything. My name is Yolanda, and 6 weeks ago, Vicente was my boyfriend of 3 years. Now he's my sister's fiancé. This can't be happening, I whispered, gripping the counter to steady myself. The room started spinning, and I felt bile rising in my throat. The fancy coffee maker Vicente had bought me for Christmas caught my eye, mocking me with memories of lazy Sunday mornings and whispered promises. My phone buzzed again. Mom. Honey, did you hear the wonderful news? Her voice was pitched high with excitement. Just now, I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. Val texted me. Isn't it wonderful? Your sister getting married. And to Vicente, such a catch. We're all meeting for dinner tonight at Palazzo to celebrate. 7 o'clock sharp. Of course we were, because in my family, every milestone had to be celebrated immediately, publicly, and with maximum fanfare. Especially when it was Valeria's milestone. Mom, I don't think... No excuses, Yolanda. This is your sister's moment. We need the whole family there. The whole family. To celebrate my ex-boyfriend marrying my sister. I ended the call and slumped against the refrigerator, sliding down until I hit the floor. My best friend Eleanor picked up on the first ring. Tell me you're not going. I have to, I said, running my fingers through my hair. You know how my family is. Screw your family. He was your boyfriend 6 weeks ago. This is beyond messed up. I closed my eyes, remembering the night Vicente ended things. I need space, he'd said. Time to figure out what I want. Apparently, what he wanted was my younger sister. I'm coming over, Eleanor declared. We'll get drunk and burn his stuff. No time. Family dinner at 7. I glanced at my watch. I have 2 hours to pull myself together and face them. Yolanda, please. I'll be fine, I lied, standing up and straightening my shoulders. I'm a professional event planner. I can handle one dinner. At Palazzo, Valeria was already holding court at our usual table, Vicente by her side. My sister looked radiant, her perfect smile gleaming as she showed off the ring, a princess-cut diamond that caught the light with every gesture. Mom and Dad beamed at her like she'd just won another pageant. "Yolanda," Valeria squealed, jumping up to hug me. "I'm so happy you're here." I hugged her back mechanically, avoiding Vicente's eyes. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, suddenly very interested in his water glass. "Let me see that ring," I heard myself say, the words coming out hollow but convincing. Years of managing difficult clients had taught me how to fake enthusiasm. "Isn't it perfect?" Valeria gushed. "Vicente picked it himself." I nodded, noting it was exactly the style I'd once told him I hated. A coincidence? Or a message? "We want a winter wedding," Valeria announced as we ordered. "December is perfect, don't you think?" "December?" Mum frowned. "That's only 6 months away. Can you plan something that quickly?" Before I could stop myself, the words tumbled out. "I'll do it." The table fell silent. Vicente's head snapped up, finally meeting my gaze. "You'll plan our wedding?" Valeria asked, her eyes wide. "Of course," I smiled, the plan forming even as I spoke. "You're my sister. I want everything to be perfect for you. And who better than a professional?" "Oh, honey, we couldn't ask you to," Mom started. "I insist," I cut her off. "Consider it my gift to you both. I'll handle everything." Valeria squealed again, launching into a list of ideas and preferences. Vicente remained silent, watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Worry? Guilt? Fear? He should be afraid, because as I sat there, nodding and smiling at my sister's wedding dreams, I was already planning something else entirely. Every event has its pressure points, the small details that can make or break a celebration. As Hawaii's most sought-after wedding planner, I knew them all. "Trust me," I said, reaching across the table to squeeze Valeria's hand. "I'll make sure everyone sees exactly what they need to see." My sister beamed, completely missing the edge in my voice. But Vicente caught it. I saw him swallow hard, his hand tightening around his fork. Good. Let him sweat. Because this wedding wouldn't just be about celebrating their love. It would be about exposing the ugly truth beneath all our family's perfect facades. And by the time I was done, everyone would finally see what had been hiding in plain sight all along. I raised my wine glass, offering a toast. "To the happy couple," I said, my smile never wavering. "May you get everything you deserve." "So, have you two discussed your budget?" I asked, opening my laptop at Valeria's kitchen table. 1 week into planning, and already the cracks were showing. Valeria and Vicente exchanged glances. "Well," my sister started, "we were thinking around 50,000. I kept my face neutral, but I knew that number was impossible for Vicente. Last month, he'd been stressed about making his car payments. Now he was supposed to fund a luxury wedding. "That's ambitious," I said carefully, "especially for December. Premium venues charge double during holiday season." Vicente's jaw tightened. "Money won't be an issue." "Really?" I raised an eyebrow. "Because the deposit for the venue alone will be 10,000. Due next week." The color drained from his face. Valeria, absorbed in her phone, didn't notice. "Oh my God, look at the centerpiece idea." She thrust her phone at me. "We could do something like this, right?" I glanced at the photo. "Those are imported peonies. In December, they'll cost about 300 per arrangement. You'd need at least 20 tables." 6,000 for flowers," Vicente choked out. "That's just centerpieces," I said sweetly. "We haven't discussed the arch, the aisle arrangements, or the bridal bouquet." Valeria waved her hand dismissively. "Whatever it takes, this is our special day." I watched Vicente's Adam's apple bob as he swallowed hard. "Maybe we should consider something more intimate." "Intimate?" Valeria's head snapped up. "What do you mean, intimate?" "I just think, you promised me my dream wedding." Valeria's voice rose sharply. "You said money wouldn't be a problem." "It won't be," he assured her quickly. "I'll figure it out." I typed notes into my laptop, hiding my satisfaction. First crack in the facade. Vicente's finances. Moving on, I said brightly. Let's talk guest list. Valeria pulled out her phone again. I have about 300 names. 300? Vicente's voice cracked. Just on my side, Valeria continued. How many were you thinking? Vicente slumped in his chair. Maybe 50? 50? Valeria laughed. That's barely your immediate family. What about all your work colleagues? I watched Vicente shift uncomfortably. Actually, I'd rather not invite people from work. Interesting. Very interesting. Why not? I asked innocently. Aren't you up for partner at your firm? Vicente's eyes darted to mine, a warning in them. It's complicated. What's complicated? Valeria frowned. You told me the partnership was practically guaranteed. It is, he said quickly. I just don't want to mix business and pleasure. I pulled up another spreadsheet. Well, we need to finalize numbers soon for the catering deposit. At 350 guests, we're looking at around 20,000 for food and beverage minimum. Vicente stood up abruptly. I need some air. As he practically fled to the balcony, Valeria turned to me with tears in her eyes. What's wrong with him? He's been so weird about money lately. Has he? I asked, careful to keep my tone concerned. That must be stressful for you. It's like he's a different person, she sniffled. Last week, he got really upset when I mentioned wanting to look at houses after the wedding. He never used to care about spending money. Because he was spending my money, I thought bitterly. But I just reached over and squeezed her hand. I'm sure he's just nervous about the wedding. It's a big commitment. You don't think... Valeria lowered her voice, glancing at the balcony. You don't think he's having second thoughts, do you? Of course not, I lied. He'd be crazy to let you go. Like he let me go. The words hung unspoken between us. Valeria wiped her eyes. I'm so glad you're helping us, Yolanda. I don't know what I'd do without you. You'd probably still be single, I thought, but I just smiled and pulled up another spreadsheet. Let's look at some venue options. I have an appointment at the Royal Hawaiian tomorrow at 10. Their ballroom would be perfect. The Royal Hawaiian? Vicente had returned, looking slightly green. Isn't that the most expensive hotel on the island? Only the best for my sister, I said firmly. Unless, is there a reason we shouldn't look there? Our eyes met, and I saw the panic in his. He knew I knew, about the mounting debt, about the partnership that wasn't happening, about all the lies he'd told Valeria. No, he said finally, no reason at all. Perfect. I closed my laptop with a snap. I'll see you both there tomorrow at 10. Oh, and Vicente, don't forget about that venue deposit. We wouldn't want to lose our date. As I walked to my car, I could feel Vicente's eyes boring into my back. He was beginning to realize what I was doing, but he was powerless to stop it. After all, how could he object to me giving his bride-to-be exactly what she wanted? By the time this wedding rolled around, everyone would know exactly who Vicente really was. And more importantly, they'd know what Valeria had done to get him. I smiled as I started my car. The truth was going to cost them way more than $50,000. You're playing with fire, Eleanor warned, watching me sort through old family photos. This isn't like you, Yolanda. You don't know what it was like growing up with her, I said, pulling out a particularly telling picture. Valeria's high school graduation. She's center stage, beaming, while I'm barely visible in the background, holding her purse. Tell me then. The front door opened before I could answer. Mom breezed in, carrying garment bags. Girls, I'm so glad you're both here. Wait until you see what Valeria picked for the bridesmaids. Eleanor shot me a concerned look as Mom unzipped the bags with flourish, revealing identical seafoam green dresses. Aren't they gorgeous? Mum gushed. They're the exact color of the dress I wore to my senior prom, I said quietly. The one Valeria borrowed and accidentally ruined the night before. Mom's smile faltered. Oh, honey, that was years ago. You can't still be upset about that. Of course not, I said, standing up. Just like I'm not upset about her taking my spot in the dance recital when I broke my ankle. Or dating my prom date 2 weeks after he broke up with me. Or, "That's enough," Mum snapped. "Your sister is getting married. Can't you just be happy for her? I'm planning her entire wedding for free." "What more do you want?" The silence stretched between us until Eleanor cleared her throat. "Mrs. Hamilton, would you like some coffee?" Mum's phone buzzed. "No time. I'm meeting Valeria at the florist." She headed for the door, then paused. "Yolanda, please don't ruin this for your sister." After she left, Eleanor turned to me. "Okay, spill. What really happened with Vicente?" I pulled out my phone, scrolling to a saved text thread. 3 days before he broke up with me, I found this on his phone. Eleanor read the messages between Vicente and Valeria, her eyes widening. "Holy shit, they were seeing each other behind your back." "For months," I confirmed. "And the best part? She knew exactly what she was doing. Look at the timestamp on this one." The message read, "She'll get over it just like she gets over everything. You're meant to be with me, not her." That manipulative little... "It gets better," I interrupted, pulling up my laptop. "Remember how Vicente kept dodging questions about work? Well, I did some digging." I showed her the law firm's website. "See that press release? The one announcing new partners. Notice who's not on the list." But he told everyone he was getting promoted. He's not just not getting promoted, he's being investigated for ethical violations. Apparently, he's been padding his billable hours for months. That's why he doesn't want work people at the wedding. Eleanor whistled low. "Does Valeria know?" "Please, she's too busy planning her perfect wedding to notice he can barely afford dinner." My phone buzzed, a text from the florist. "Speaking of which..." I smiled, reading the message. "Remember those imported peonies Valeria had to have? Looks like there's been a mix-up with the order. They'll have to use local flowers instead." "You didn't. I just mentioned to the supplier that payment might be delayed. Amazing how quickly exotic flowers become unavailable when there are doubts about money." Eleanor grabbed my arm. "Yolanda, stop. This isn't going to make you feel better." "You don't understand," I said, pulling away. "This isn't about feeling better. It's about finally showing everyone who Valeria really is." "And who's that?" "A spoiled, selfish little girl who's about to marry a man she stole from her sister, a man who's lying to her about everything." My phone buzzed again. Valeria. "The flowers are ruined," she wailed when I answered. "Everything's ruined. You have to fix this." "Take a deep breath," I said soothingly. "I'll handle it." "You promise?" "Of course. That's what sisters are for, right?" I ended the call and caught Eleanor staring at me. "What?" "I've known you since college," she said slowly. "I've never seen this side of you." "Maybe it's always been there," I shrugged. "Maybe Valeria just finally pushed me too far." My phone lit up with another text. Vicente this time. "Need to talk, privately." "The plot thickens," I murmured, showing Eleanor the message. "Don't go," she pleaded. "Whatever you're planning, it's not worth it." But I was already grabbing my keys. "That's where you're wrong. It's worth everything." Because what Eleanor didn't understand, what no one understood, was that this wasn't just about revenge. It was about finally standing up for myself. About showing my family that their perfect princess wasn't so perfect after all. "I'll call you later," I promised, heading for the door. "Yolanda," Eleanor called after me. "Just remember, karma works both ways." I paused, hand on the doorknob. Good. Then they should both get exactly what they deserve. As I walked to my car, I pulled up the venue contract on my phone. One small change to the payment deadline, and Vicente's house of cards would start tumbling down. Sometimes karma needs a little help. Vicente was already waiting at our old meeting spot, the quiet coffee shop near the beach where we used to spend Sunday mornings. He looked terrible, with dark circles under his eyes, and his usually pristine shirt wrinkled. "Thanks for coming," he said as I sat down. "You have 5 minutes." He leaned forward, voice low. "I know what you're doing, Yolanda." "Planning my sister's dream wedding?" "Yes, everyone knows that." The venue deposit deadline suddenly moving up. The flower order mysteriously falling through. The caterer accidentally doubling their prices. I sipped my coffee. Sounds like typical wedding planning challenges to me. "Stop it," he hissed. "You're trying to expose me." "Expose what, Vicente? Your financial problems? Your issues at work? Or the fact that you were sleeping with my sister while we were still together?" He flinched. "It wasn't like that." "No. Show me your phone then. Let me see when those texts with Valeria really started." "I can't," he trailed off, looking away. "Can't or won't." The barista approached with more coffee, and we sat in tense silence until she left. "What do you want?" Vicente finally asked. "Money?" I laughed. "I want you to squirm. I want you to feel what it's like to have everything falling apart around you while you smile and pretend everything's fine. You'll hurt Valeria too." She should have thought about that before she went after her sister's boyfriend. His phone buzzed. Valeria's smiling face lit up the screen. He declined the call. "Trouble in paradise?" I asked sweetly. "She's stressed about the wedding. She should be. The rehearsal dinner venue just called. Apparently their credit card verification failed." Vicente's face went pale. "You didn't." "I didn't do anything, but you might want to check your credit score." He stood up abruptly. "This has to stop." "Or what? You'll tell Valeria the truth? About the affair? About your job? About the money you've been borrowing from loan sharks?" His jaw dropped. "How did you—" "I'm very good at my job, Vicente. Part of being a successful event planner is knowing everything about your clients." "Please," he whispered, "I'll call off the wedding." "No, you won't," I said, standing up, "because then everyone would know you're a fraud. And we can't have that, can we?" I left him sitting there, head in his hands, but my victory felt hollow as I drove to the rehearsal dinner venue. The maitre d' greeted me warmly. I'd brought him plenty of business over the years. "Ms. Pierce, here to check the arrangements. Just confirming everything's set for next week's rehearsal dinner." "Ah, yes," he hesitated. "About that. We had some concerns about the payment." "Don't worry," I smiled. "I'm handling everything personally now." My phone buzzed. Mom again. I answered reluctantly. "The bridesmaids are in tears," she exclaimed. "The dresses came in 3 sizes too small." "That's impossible," I said. "I double-checked all the measurements myself. Well, something's wrong, and the makeup artist just cancelled." "I'll take care of it." "You better. This wedding has to be perfect." I ended the call and leaned against my car, suddenly exhausted. Eleanor's words echoed in my head. Karma works both ways. My phone buzzed again. A text from Valeria. "Can we talk? Alone?" 20 minutes later, I found her sitting on our childhood beach, looking smaller and more vulnerable than I'd seen her in years. "I'm scared," she whispered as I sat beside her. "Of what?" "Everything. Vicente's been so distant. The wedding keeps having problems. And—" She turned to me, tears in her eyes. "I don't deserve your help. Not after what I did." My heart stuttered. "What do you mean?" "I knew he was yours. I knew it was wrong. But I always wanted what you had." "So you took him?" She nodded, wiping her eyes. "I thought if I could just have this one thing, this perfect life you always seem to have, everything would finally feel right." I almost laughed. "My perfect life? You're so successful, so confident. Everyone respects you. I'm just the pretty sister, the one who takes things that don't belong to her." For a moment, I saw us as children again. Valeria always reaching for my toys, my friends, my spotlight, always needing to prove she was better. "The makeup artist didn't really cancel, did she?" she asked quietly. "No." "And the dresses?" "They'll be fixed by tomorrow." She nodded slowly. "You're punishing us." "Yes. We deserve it." The simple admission caught me off guard. I'd expected her to fight back, to deny everything. Instead, she just looked broken. "What do you want me to do?" she whispered. I stood up, brushing sand from my clothes. "I want you to go through with this wedding, Valeria. I want you to get exactly what you fought so hard for." As I walked away, I heard her start to cry. But for the first time since this all began, Victory tasted like ashes in my mouth. The rehearsal dinner was a powder keg waiting to explode. I could feel it as I adjusted the place cards, making sure Vicente's parents sat directly across from the senior partner of his law firm, the one who'd been asking uncomfortable questions about those billable hours. "Everything looks perfect," Blair, Valeria's best friend, gushed. "You're literally the best sister ever." If she only knew. Guests started arriving, and I watched Vicente's face drain of color when he saw his boss. "What's he doing here?" "Oh, didn't Valeria tell you?" I smiled. She insisted on inviting him, said it would be rude not to include someone so important to your career. Vicente grabbed my arm, pulling me aside. "You did this on purpose." "I just followed the guest list." I extracted my arm from his grip. "Better go say hello. He's looking this way." The evening progressed exactly as I'd orchestrated. The wine flowed freely, tongues loosened, and the carefully constructed lies began to unravel. "So, Vicente," his boss called out during the main course, "tell everyone about that big Morgan case you've been handling." Vicente choked on his wine. The one you logged 60 billable hours for last week." The table fell silent. I took a slow sip of water, watching. 60 hours? Valeria frowned. "But you were with me most of last week." "I worked from home," Vicente said quickly. "Funny," his boss continued, "because the client called yesterday. Said they hadn't heard from you in 3 weeks. More silence. I could practically hear Vicente's heart pounding. "I can explain." "I'm sure you can." His boss cut him off. "In fact, I insist you explain. In my office. Monday morning." Valeria's face had gone from confused to horrified. "Vicente, what's going on?" Before he could answer, my mother jumped in with forced cheerfulness. "Who's ready for dessert? Yolanda, help me serve." In the kitchen, Mom rounded on me. "What are you doing?" "Serving dessert, apparently." "Don't play innocent. I see what's happening here." "Do you?" I challenged. "Do you finally see what's really going on?" "I see my daughter trying to ruin her sister's happiness." "Her happiness?" I laughed bitterly. "You mean her stolen happiness?" "Stolen? What are you—" The kitchen door burst open. Valeria stood there, mascara running down her face. "Did you know," she demanded, "about Vicente's job?" "Val, honey," Mom started. "Not you, her." Valeria pointed at me. "Did you know?" "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Would you have believed me?" She deflated, sinking into a kitchen chair. "No, just like you didn't believe me when I tried to tell you about Marcus in high school." I froze. "What?" "Your first boyfriend, the one you caught with me at that party. I tried to tell you he'd been pursuing me for weeks. You didn't want to hear it." "That was different." "Was it?" She looked up at me. "We've been hurting each other for so long, we don't even remember how it started." Mom looked between us, realization dawning. "Valeria, Vicente wasn't just Yolanda's ex-boyfriend, was he?" Valeria shook her head, fresh tears falling. The kitchen door opened again. Eleanor this time. You might want to get back out there. Vicente's father is asking about the wedding budget, and things are getting heated." We returned to find Vicente and his father in a shouting match. $50,000, his father roared. "Where exactly do you think that money's coming from?" "I'll figure it out." "Like you figured out those billing hours?" "That's enough." Valeria's voice cut through the chaos. She stood, hands shaking. "The wedding's off." The room erupted. Vicente lunged forward. "Baby, no! Don't touch me." She stepped back. "You lied to me about everything." "I did it for us." "No," she said quietly. "You did it for you, just like I pursued you for me. We're both selfish, terrible people." She turned to me. "I'm sorry, Yolanda, for everything. Not just Vicente, for all of it." The room fell silent again, all eyes moving between us. I should have felt triumphant. This was what I'd wanted, the truth exposed, their perfect facade shattered. But watching my little sister's world crumble, I felt nothing but hollow. Valeria, I started. No, she cut me off. Don't try to fix this. You've been fixing my messes our whole lives. Let me face this one on my own. She pulled off her engagement ring and set it on the table. I hope you all enjoy dessert. I heard my sister made it herself. Everything she does is perfect after all. As she walked out, I caught a glimpse of our reflection in the window. Two sisters, standing amid the wreckage of years of competition and resentment. I barely recognized either of us. Mum touched my arm. Are you happy now? I watched Vicente slump in his chair, his father still raging, his boss making notes on his phone. I watched Blair comfort Valeria's college friends, all of them shooting accusing glances my way. No, I whispered. I'm not happy at all. 3 days after the rehearsal dinner disaster, I found myself sitting in Dad's study, surrounded by old photo albums. He stood in the doorway, watching me. Your mother's not speaking to you, he said finally. I noticed. Valeria's moved back home. I heard. He sighed, settling into his leather chair. Remember when you girls were little? You used to be inseparable. I picked up a photo, Valeria and me building sandcastles, maybe age 6 and 10. What happened to us, Dad? We did, Mum's voice came from behind us. She looked tired, older somehow. Your father and I happened to you. What do you mean? She sat down heavily. We always made everything a competition. Grades, looks, achievements. We thought we were motivating you both to excel. Instead, you taught us to tear each other down, I finished. Yes. She picked up another photo, Valeria's high school graduation. Look at this. I always focused on Valeria in the center, but now I see you in the background. The way you're looking at her. With hatred, I admitted. With hurt, Dad corrected. We did that. We made you feel less than. My phone buzzed. Eleanor. They're cancelling all the wedding vendors, her text read. Vicente's apparently filing for bankruptcy. Good, I muttered. Is it? Mom asked. Is any of this good? Before I could answer, the front door slammed. Valeria appeared in the doorway, looking wild-eyed. Vicente's being fired, she announced, and possibly prosecuted for fraud. Val, I started. Don't. She held up her hand. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because I need to say something. She took a deep breath. I've been awful. To everyone, but especially to you, Yolanda. I've spent my whole life trying to prove I was better than you, and all I proved was that I'm worse in every way that matters. That's not true, I said automatically. It is. You build things. Beautiful events, successful businesses, real relationships. I just take things. Other people's boyfriends, other people's moments, other people's dreams. Mom stood up. Sweetheart, please let me finish. Valeria's voice cracked. I knew Vicente was lying about his job. I knew he was in financial trouble. But I wanted the fairy tale so badly, I convinced myself it didn't matter. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. Because I wanted to win. Just once I wanted to have something you couldn't top. Dad cleared his throat. We should have stopped this pattern years ago. You couldn't, I said. We were too busy fighting each other to listen. Well, I'm listening now, Valeria said. And I need to know, did you plan all this? The rehearsal dinner, Vicente's boss, everything? I met her eyes. Yes, she nodded slowly. Good. Good? I needed someone to stop me, to stop us. This whole thing was built on lies and competition and hurt. It needed to end. Mom started crying softly. My girls, what have we done to you? We can fix this, Dad said firmly. All of us together. Can we? I asked. After everything? Valeria moved closer, picking up the sandcastle photo. Remember this day? We spent hours building that castle. Then the tide came in. And we built another one, I remembered. Higher up the beach. Better than the first, she added, because we learned from our mistakes. My phone buzzed again, Vicente calling. I declined it. He keeps trying to contact me too, Valeria said, saying we can still make it work. And I told him the truth, that I never loved him the way you did. I just loved winning. The admission hung in the air between us. I did love him, I said quietly, but I think I hated you more. I know. She reached for my hand. Can we start over? Not as competitors, but as sisters? Mum wiped her eyes. It won't be easy. Nothing worth having ever is, Dad said. I looked at Valeria, really looked at her. Behind the perfect makeup and designer clothes, I saw something I'd missed before. A scared little girl who'd spent her whole life trying to measure up to an impossible standard. Just like me. Okay, I said finally, but no more lies, no more competition. We deal with things honestly from now on. Deal. Valeria squeezed my hand, starting with cancelling everything for this wedding. Will you help me? Of course, that's what sisters are for. And maybe, she added hesitantly, after that, you could help me figure out who I am without all the drama. I think I forgot somewhere along the way. Mum stood up, pulling us both into a hug. We'll all help. No more picking favourites, no more comparing, just family. Just family, Dad echoed, joining the embrace. Standing there, surrounded by old photos and new promises, I felt something shift. The anger that had driven me for so long began to fade, replaced by something that felt suspiciously like hope. Maybe Eleanor was right about karma, but maybe she was also right about something else. Sometimes the best revenge is letting go and moving forward. Together. You're sure about this? I asked Valeria as we stood outside the Royal Hawaiian. We can send an email instead. No, she squared her shoulders. I need to do this in person. We found the wedding coordinator, Maria, in her office. Her smile faltered when she saw us both. Is everything all right? We just received the final deposit from Mr. Lawson this morning. Valeria's head snapped toward me. What? He must have borrowed more money, I said quietly. That's exactly why we need to stop this now. Valeria turned to Maria. I'm calling off the wedding. Maria's professional mask didn't slip. I see. Well, as per the contract, the deposit is non-refundable. We know, I interrupted, but maybe we can work something out. Like what? Like using the deposit and venue for something else. I pulled out my tablet. What if, instead of a wedding, we host a charity gala? All proceeds going to financial literacy education for young adults. Maria raised an eyebrow. That's unusual. Think about it, Valeria jumped in. A story about turning personal tragedy into community benefit. The press would love it. I smiled, watching my sister pitch the idea with genuine enthusiasm. This was a side of her I'd never seen before. We could even get Vicente's former firm to match donations, she continued. They'd jump at the chance for some positive PR right now. Maria looked between us. Give me an hour to make some calls. In the hotel lobby, Valeria collapsed onto a plush sofa. That was terrifying. You were amazing. Really? She looked surprised. I felt like I was going to throw up. Welcome to my world. Every event planning meeting ever. She laughed, then suddenly stopped. Vicente's here. I turned to see him striding across the lobby, looking desperate. Val, baby, we need to talk. No. She stood up. We don't. I got the money. I can make this work. From where? I asked. More loan sharks? He flinched. That's none of your business. Actually, it is, Valeria said firmly, because you're still trying to hurt my sister. What? I'm trying to marry you. Exactly. You're using me to punish her, just like I used you to compete with her. We're toxic, Vicente, but I love you. No, you don't. You love what I represent, a chance to prove you're better than Yolanda. But you're not, and neither am I. Security was approaching, drawn by Vicente's rising voice. Sir, we're going to have to ask you to leave. This isn't over, he warned as they led him away. Actually, it is, Valeria called after him. I choose my sister. We watched him disappear through the revolving doors. You okay? I asked. No, she admitted, but I will be. Maria reappeared. Ladies, the hotel management loves your gala idea. They're willing to transfer the deposit and give us a discount on catering if we can get 3 local news stations to cover it. Done, I said. I know just who to call. Perfect. Maria handed us revised contracts. Now, about the theme. Actually, Valeria interrupted, I think Yolanda should handle that. She's the expert. You sure? Positive. I'm done trying to control everything. She smiled. Besides, I have something else to focus on. What's that? Remember how you always said I'd be good in sales? Well, there's an opening at your friend Eleanor's company. Val, you don't have to. I want to. I want to build something of my own, not just take things from others. Maria cleared her throat. Should I give you two a moment? No, I said, pulling out my planning notebook. We're good. Let's talk themes. As we worked through the details, I watched Valeria taking notes, asking smart questions, genuinely engaging without trying to dominate. It felt like meeting my sister for the first time. My phone buzzed, a text from Mom. Everything okay? I snapped a photo of Valeria and me, heads bent over the planning table, and sent it back. Better than okay, I wrote. We're building something new. Later, walking along the beach behind the hotel, Valeria stopped suddenly. Remember when we used to dream about having our weddings here? You mean when you used to announce you'd have the bigger, better wedding? She winced. I was awful, wasn't I? We both were, but maybe that's what happens when you're raised to see your sister as competition instead of an ally. Well, I like being allies better. She linked her arm through mine, even if it means giving up the perfect beach wedding. Who needs a perfect wedding when you can have a kick-ass charity gala? She laughed. True, though I have to ask, did you really orchestrate everything to fall apart, or did karma just take over? I watched the sunset paint the waves gold. Maybe a bit of both. Sometimes the universe knows what we need better than we do. And what do we need? Each other, I said simply. No competition, no rivalry, just sisters. She squeezed my arm. I liked the sound of that. The Royal Hawaiian's ballroom sparkled with golden light as I adjusted the last centerpiece. Not peonies. We'd gone with local plumerias instead, their sweet scent filling the air. Everything's perfect, Eleanor said, joining me. You've outdone yourself. We've outdone ourselves, I corrected, watching Valeria direct the catering staff with newfound confidence. I couldn't have done this without her. The Building Better Futures charity gala had sold out weeks ago. Local news crews were already setting up their cameras, eager to cover the story of two sisters who turned a cancelled wedding into a community benefit. Have you seen the guest list? Eleanor asked. Half the business community in Hawaii is here. Including Vicente's former boss, I nodded, who, by the way, pledged to match all donations tonight. Karma's funny that way. Mom and Dad arrived early, both looking nervous but proud. Girls, Mom called out, come here a moment. We gathered in a quiet corner. Dad cleared his throat. Your mother and I have been doing some thinking, and some therapy. Dad, Valeria laughed, you hate therapy. I do, but I hate what we did to you both more. He pulled out an envelope. This was supposed to be your wedding gift, Val. Instead, we'd like it to be something else. Inside was a check, a substantial one. We're funding a scholarship, Mom explained, the Pierce Sisters Foundation, for young women entrepreneurs. Starting with the proceeds from tonight, Dad added. If you want. Valeria and I exchanged looks. Only if we can run it together, I said. As equals, Valeria added. Mom started crying. Dad just smiled. The ballroom filled quickly. I spotted Vicente's parents slipping in quietly, heads down. They'd called Valeria yesterday, apologizing for their son's behavior and asking to support the cause. Let them, Valeria had said. Healing works better than hatred. Now she approached the podium, hands steady as she adjusted the microphone. Welcome, everyone. I'm Valeria Pierce, and this was supposed to be my wedding day. The room fell silent. Instead, it's become something far more meaningful. Tonight isn't about one couple's failed relationship. It's about building bridges instead of burning them. About turning competition into cooperation. She gestured to me. My sister Yolanda taught me that. Not through lectures or criticism, but by showing me there's more power in lifting each other up than in tearing each other down. I felt tears threatening, but held them back. This was her moment. The money raised tonight will fund education programs, teaching financial literacy and entrepreneurship, because everyone deserves a chance to build their own success story. Applause filled the room. I saw Eleanor wiping her eyes, Mum and Dad holding hands, even Vicente's parents looking moved. And now, Valeria continued, I'd like to introduce our first success story. Starting Monday, I'll be joining Elite Marketing as their new sales director, under the mentorship of Eleanor Foster. More applause. Eleanor had been skeptical about hiring Valeria at first, but my sister's natural charm and newfound work ethic had won her over during the interviews. But before we begin the fundraising, I have one more announcement. Valeria's voice softened. Yolanda, could you join me up here? Confused, I walked to the podium. My sister is Hawaii's premier event planner. Everyone knows this. What they don't know is that she's also the strongest person I've ever met, strong enough to forgive me, strong enough to help me become better. She turned to face me directly, which is why I'm announcing tonight that I'm investing my savings into becoming your business partner, if you'll have me. The room gasped. I stared at her. What? Pierce and Pierce events, she said. You handle the planning, I handle the client relations. Together. I looked out at the crowd, at all these people who'd come to support our transformation from rivals to partners, at our parents who were learning to celebrate our differences instead of comparing them, at Eleanor, who'd believed in both of us. Together, I agreed, hugging my sister as the room erupted in cheers. Later, as the gala wound down and the donation total exceeded our wildest expectations, Valeria and I slipped out to the beach. The same beach where we'd once built sandcastles, where we'd later fought over boys and dreams and our parents' attention. Think we'll ever fully heal? She asked. I think we already are, I said, watching the waves. Every day we choose to support each other, instead of compete, we heal a little more. Even with Vicente. He made his choices. We made ours. She nodded, then laughed suddenly. Remember how you used to say I'd never make it on my own? Remember how you used to say I was boring and uptight? We were both wrong. We were both hurt. She took my hand. Not anymore. The night air filled with the sound of waves and distant music from the gala. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Learning to work together, navigating our changing family dynamics, building something meaningful from the ashes of what we'd burned down. But tonight, standing hand in hand with my sister, I finally understood. Sometimes the happy ending isn't a perfect wedding or a flawless revenge. Sometimes it's simply learning to stand beside the person who once stood in your way. And that's more than enough.